bullshit, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only thing that has been Stanley.
And Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what he's talking points. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
You just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I do? Okay.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off.
Let me just go ahead and stop right here. There's no way anybody can argue against the dissenting opinions. That's what the actual opinion did. What the fuck is he talking about? It was 6-3. 6 justices argued against Kavanaugh, Alito, and Thomas. The dude is just full of stupidity. He's chock full of stupid. By the way, since I paused this video that we will have to suffer through, welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is Friday, so welcome to we're near fuckery day. Tomorrow, by the way, will be another Black Historian Day. Details to follow. We're gonna spend a little bit of time looking at the Supreme Court decision. The Constitution is pretty clear, and it is obviously not an emergency. So what he's doing is just, well, thank God somebody in our government has a brain. So let's finish this travesty, and it is a bit long.
For years are ecstatic.
Oh, by the way, the gentleman to Trump's left, your right, is Howard Lutnick. So he and Trump were buds with Epstein.
So happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. You can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often.
So is following the fucking Constitution being politically correct? I think so. It is politically correct to follow what the Constitution says.
Often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. We still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security. And also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything. I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over.
He was a good boy. Did the president of the United States just say he was being a good boy? Dude, it's almost daily that I get to tell the MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses, I told you so. This dude is a piece of work.
The past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained.
It was
Think
a
of that.
landslide.
Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things, but they've given us great national security, these tariffs have, and together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth, all of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them.
See, these white supremacists want to swear we live in a nation of laws and the rule of law, but when the law actually works against them, they get all twisted up. The Second Amendment in Minnesota, I don't know how many MAGA blacks and MAGA masses talking about, well, you shouldn't bring a You shouldn't bring a weapon to a protest. I'm like, well, where in the Constitution does it say you can't bring a gun to a protest? The Second Amendment doesn't really say. It's just these guys are just really intellectually stale bread. They're a bunch of stale bread. And slowly but surely, Trump is turning into a pile of crumbs.
And we will after the decision. Guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those three people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA.
What?
Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1 because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license. It's a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license just like.
Yeah, I've had, I'm looking at the chat. I don't know. I haven't read the decision, the actual ruling against Trump. Because between the decision and the there's a concurring opinion or a separate opinion that Justice Jackson did, and then the three there are at least two dissents. I think Clarence Thomas and Kavanaugh wrote separate dissents. It's like 130 some pages. I am going to look at something Justice Jackson wrote because she made a pretty good synopsis. And then Richard Hanania, who is a lawyer, by the way, talked about what he read. As far as I know, there's, how the money gets paid back. None of that is talked about that I'm aware of. However, I foresee lawsuits. Hey, you know what? I foresee lawsuits. That's the only way I can see the money that's already been paid, how that's addressed. But then I'm not a lawyer, so maybe there's a legal remedy that I don't know about. But Trump has created a mess, and quite frankly, the Supreme Court created a mess by not doing an injunction. They just basically said, hey, Trump can do what he's doing until we figure out whether he's actually legally allowed to do it. So I still think the Supreme Court has some culpability in unfucking this mess that Trump has created.
The people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301.
Let me just address this. Dude, if you knew so much law, you should have taken the time to structure tariffs in a way that the Supreme Court could not constrain you. Okay, this is so much bullshitting. It's amazing that Lutnick and I can't remember who the other guy is. I'm surprised that they're not just fucking, just laughing under their breath. Trump doesn't understand shit. That's why the Supreme Court ruled against him. I mean, when you come up with some scheme, you're supposed to be, structuring the plan in a way that's legally sound. And apparently he and his little minions were unable to do it, and the Supreme Court is right to strike it down. Constitution says that the power to tax lies with the Congress. And to be honest, if I were Congress, I'd strike down, I'd just get rid of that IAEE, whatever it is, IAAEE. Just get rid of it. That way there's no ambiguity.
And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear, but it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA's.
So essentially what this ruling does is he can't just arbitrarily punish countries just like by decree. That's the main constraint. So thank you very much.
Always got to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well. But
so what's going on, 12th man? Any thoughts on this?
Well, I'm glad that the Supreme Court put a hold on the executive branch. I've been wanting to see this for the past few administrations. I don't like unilateral decisions made by the executive branch.
Yep. Well, he will be able to. He's still going to have some leeway, but he's not gonna. It's not going to be arbitrary. If it
Right.
did anything, it makes stuff a little bit more predictable. Uh, one day it's 10%, tomorrow it's 50%. So, some of that will
Yeah.
calm the waters. So
Yeah.
we'll listen
Well,
to a little bit. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm just glad to see the Supreme Court uh say no, you can't be doing all that. And that goes for bombing countries unilaterally and all that. I thought the executive branches had way too much power for a long time, Stanley. Like
Well,
many years.
we're gonna talk about Iran in a while. That's on the docket as well. So
Okay.
we'll listen to a little bit more of this. I think the whole thing is about 45 minutes. I'm not going to be able to go the whole 45 minutes because, Trump
Yeah.
he's he's holding it together.
They were sending
He's
things
trying
into our
to
country,
anyway, ain't he,
and they were
Stanley?
beneficial to other
Yeah. Well, whatever pep pill they're giving him is working.
countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have a totally firm decision now. And I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we.
This moron doesn't understand. The court doesn't care about the politics of it. In theory, they are basically going with what the law says. Now, this court will twist words. They will, when they can, they're going to finagle, some things, especially when it comes to what they would call religious freedom. They will bend some shit. However, this was not a hard decision. Okay, it's either an economic emergency or not. Um, there is no economic emergency, so it wasn't a hard decision.
Could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now. And the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We're in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs. And all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts 7 days a week. And we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, "Sir, I want to kiss you so badly." And I said, "No, thank you." But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, "Oh, this is a great place in Georgia." He said, "All up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't." He said, "Like I've never," and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, "like we've never hired before." That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as president of the United States had the insight, the courage, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips for 30 years longer. They made chip. And they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, "Sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible." And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, "You've done something nobody's ever done."
This is what people like Trump do. So Taiwan stole the business? No, they did not steal the business. It was Republicans who shipped all this stuff overseas. It started, I know from personal experience in the early 2000s, a lot of these businesses were, it was cheaper to make this stuff overseas and re-import it. They didn't steal the business. The business was given to them because American companies were greedy, and it was just cheaper to make them overseas. Overseas, they didn't have to deal with EPA regulations, etc. They could pay workers, Nike, for instance, could basically have kids making sneakers, in a sweatshop. That's how the 90s and the early 2000s were.
22 Nobel Prize winners.
Okay, but I will,
economics.
the one thing I want to point out is this is just another case of Trump otherizing foreigners. Okay, Taiwan stole it. No, they didn't steal it, but that's just, the racist, narrative that he wants to push. How the fuck is Taiwan gonna steal business?
Said we would right now be in a recession, and you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President.
What was said ahead of this
Thank you, Mr.
decision
President.
that if the Supreme
Yeah,
Court
please,
ruled?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships. I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report beat expectation, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you?
Yeah, being a dick in front of a national audience is funny.
Tell Americans who are worried
talk to CNN, they're fake
the economy that you.
Hey, you know what? And Trump is such a genius. Now CNN gets to make shit up because he wouldn't talk to him. The dude is a fucking genius.
You have projected going in the right direction and a very off track.
Well, thank you for the question, and I will say this: we really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision, but they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months, and that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty, and I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses.
He's right about that.
China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great.
The world is not a simple place, except for a simpleton like Donald Trump. Okay, Steve, what's his name? God damn it, not Bannon. The other Stephen Miller pretty much said what that philosophy is. Might makes right. Okay, that is a, the law of the jungle. It's simple in premise, but when you actually apply it to real world situations, it is literally not that simple. Trump wants to basically make everything might makes right, and he's gonna get this country in a jam. Okay, it's already happening economically. And I don't know whether he's getting bad data or whether he's just that kind of liar, but the economy is not booming. It's kind of going sideways. There's good indicators, there's bad indicators, and the stock market hitting record highs is not a leading indicator of how the economy is doing. It just isn't.
Well, we've long said that what's happening on Wall Street didn't happen on Main Street. I mean,
right. And let me put it to you this way. I bought groceries from a couple places over the past couple days. Beef prices are fucking out of control. It's like, I don't do people still eat beef? Only rich people eat beef now. A
Evidently.
fucking 4-pound chuck roast. I forget what the price was, but it was like $30 or $40. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's
4
not
pounds of
cheap.
a goddamn chuck roast? They grind that shit up to make hamburger.
Well, part
For
of
a
the
whole
problem with that is, Stanley, part of the problem with that is that, did you know 50 ranchers just quit every day? They're like, no, it's not worth it. I'm not doing it anymore. So a lot of that is supply and demand on the beef prices, and then if you
Well,
want to buy a local beef,
a lot of it was supply and demand with eggs, but Trump didn't seem to be able to fathom that. Bottom line is that if we, I don't care what makes the beef prices high. If you are truly into making the economy better, you do what you need to do to incentivize those ranchers to stay.
yeah,
So whatever the reason that's making
I
it
agree with that.
not worth them. Well, let me give you a good example. Australia, I think it was either Australia or New Zealand, and sometimes they're combined. Okay,
Wagyu,
Australia and New Zealand, lamb and beef. It's
yeah,
generally pretty good stuff, especially the lamb.
yeah,
Well, Trump, I can't remember the exact detail, but Trump basically either lowered a tariff or something that basically was conducive to importing more beef from Australia
and
and
Brazil too.
in Brazil. So what
Brazilian
the
beef.
fuck is up with that? What the fuck is up with him making the import of that beef and lamb? That's not helping ranchers.
Not
So,
American ranchers.
so what I'm saying is Trump really isn't the master. He's not in as much control of his faculties as he thinks he is. Now, maybe there's a reason he did it, but it's a reason that's not out in the ether that, someone who actually follows politics a bit can understand. Okay, but I do know as a consumer, when I like beef, I grew up on beef. Um,
Hmm.
Seeing a deal that allows, imported beef and lamb um, that goes against American ranchers, dude. When I see, you know, fucking, $12 a pound beef at Publix, I'm a little annoyed. So Trump,
What do
the
you pay
economy is
for
not.
hamburgers down there, Stanley?
I bought. Um, it's probably about $8 a pound. Um,
Is that right? Damn.
yeah. Let me
Got
look
it.
at Let me look at Walmart right quick because I literally bought. Had a grocery order come in from Walmart today. Let me see how much I paid for it. And this
Yeah,
was the beef.
I paid $6.99 a pound for hamburger at Three Bears last week, and that's
No,
pretty good hamburgers
it is definitely not $6.99 a pound. I'm
for
talking
a
Walmart.
hamburger.
Hold on one sec.
All right,
It's just to open my Walmart app on my phone here.
you get all your food delivered too, huh, Stanley?
Yep.
I'd like to
I must
deliver you a
do.
6-pack of Guinness one day.
Okay, so I got. Let's see here. Um, So looking at an 80/20, this is ground chuck, 743 a pound.
Wow. And that's for
And
Walmart
that's
hamburger.
that's at Walmart. Okay, you go to Publix, which is a little bit more expensive. Let me look at Publix right quick. Because I did an order from Publix the day before. Yes, I guess it was yesterday.
It's almost like
did-
you have to be rich to eat a fucking hamburger, Stanley.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. So give me one sec here. So I'm gonna look. I can't remember if hamburger was on sale. I generally don't get hamburger. I usually just get it from Walmart.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm looking at Publix ground chuck. It's on sale for $8.66. The normal price $11.61 a pound.
damn.
Yes.
I mean, get local.
I'm sorry. It's $7.19 a pound. But they sell it in about a 1 point, says here about the average is 1.21 pounds.
Wow.
So 1.21 pounds. Well, basically, it's about eight something a pound.
Damn.
And this is ground chuck, and it's an 80/20 mix.
Yeah, we have a local rancher here, and he charges $10 a pound for ground hamburger.
Well, but here's the deal, though.
Good raised beef.
If it's local, if it's local, it might be a better grade of beef. I don't mind paying a little bit extra for something local, for something that's local, and I know it's like grass fed or something like that. It's a higher quality. I don't mind paying $1 or $2 extra. I won't be eating it
That's where I'm
every day.
headed to, Stanley. It's like, why should I buy the bullshit at Walmart when I can just pay another $1 or $2 a pound and just get, I know
Well, yeah, but you're
finished on, yams and
I can
potatoes.
tell you right now, when you got like 2 or 3 kids, no,
You're right.
that $10 a pound, the really good local stuff is a treat, but you got to feed them kids every day.
Yeah.
And if you're not, making 6 figures, it doesn't matter when you have kids. Now I'm single now. I paid, between 2 grocery orders, I might have paid $200. But it's just for me. If my son was here, dude, when my son was here, I'd be ordering like $400 fucking dollars just for my son because, growing boys eat. So,
and prices aren't really getting cheaper either, Stanley. I mean,
and that's my point. The prices aren't getting cheaper, and Trump is nattering on about about how Trump is nattering on about how great the economy is, and it simply is not. I can honestly say beef has probably gone up a third.
Oh yeah, it's out of control.
Now that's Publix. So, Publix tends to want to charge a bunch, but the bottom line is I don't think Trump, this bullshit about the economy booming, it's not being translated at the
Stanley, a lot of Americans, they just don't want to farm and ranch anymore. I mean, those are like the good old days,
Who cares? Well, then you know what? Trump needs to just say that and stop acting like the economy's booming. And I'm gonna talk about the economy just briefly once this BS is done. And I guess we could probably move on. I was gonna
Might as
spend
well.
a bunch of time kind of reading through and I guess I could still do it. So, Supreme Court rejects Trump's tariffs as illegal import taxes. Let's see if there are bullet points here. The ruling is the first to hold that the president overstepped his legal authority, and it's a 6-3 decision. Gorsuch is a Trump appointee, and so is Amy Coney Barrett. So I mean,
Yeah.
These are Trump appointees, and I honestly don't know that really makes a difference. To be honest.
Well, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, Stanley, because normally they've been, approving everything Trump is doing, but not this time. Check.
Well, this isn't
right?
the birthright citizenship. It's clear cut. There's no originalism. It's clear and plain language in the Constitution. This is not something a president should be doing. So the 6-3 decision deals Trump his most significant defeat at the Supreme Court. Well, the next one's going to be birthright. Let's see. There's another here. So Trump lashes out at justices, announces new 10% global tariff. Okay. Well, you know what? He's not going to be able to just arbitrarily, change things as punishment. These aren't emergencies. So President Trump called for justices who struck down his tariffs fools and lapdogs. Democrats celebrated the ruling. Some argued that Americans should be able to recoup money lost under the president's trade policy. So this is the actual opinion here. And I'm not going to bore people by reading it, but this last part of what Justice Jackson wrote, responding to the opinion of Brett Kavanaugh. The link is in the chat if anybody wants to read all the opinions. It's about 138 pages, and it's interesting reading. And I may go back and read Brett Kavanaugh's, because supposedly that's the one that caught Trump's attention.
What? Read his opinion?
Justice Thomas wrote a separate dissent. I'm sorry, what?
So did Justice Thomas, he ruled against the executive branch on the tariffs also?
No.
Oh, he didn't?
He basically sided with the president, but he wrote a separate dissent. Kavanaugh wrote a dissent. Thomas wrote a dissent. I don't know if Alito wrote a separate dissent or did. I haven't gotten deep enough to find out if he joined either Kavanaugh or Thomas.
Of course, Justice Sonia Sotomayor voted against the executive branch, probably.
Okay, well, I don't think she voted.
Brown.
I don't think she voted against the executive branch. I think she voted with the Constitution. This is not a complicated case. It's clear cut. Okay, tariffs are taxes, and this is not an economic emergency. Trump claiming that there's economic emergencies, it just doesn't hold water.
Well, let me ask you a question, Stanley. Like, what happens, say, Canada wants to tariff us on a bunch of stuff? we're not allowed to tariff back. So, like, every tariff has to go through Congress. Is that
I
what I'm
think there. I think
understanding?
there. I think that might count as an emergency. But nobody was tariffing the United States.
Yeah, they've been tariffing us for years. That's what
Possibly,
Trump
but
was so
possibly.
angry about.
Okay, possibly, but I don't think what Trump look. Trump was basically saying, "Hey, if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to tariff you." Okay, he was using it as a bludgeon. He was using it as coercion, and he can't do that. Whether they were tariffing us or not. Look, Trump was threatening to tariff Canada because they made a trade deal with China.
Well, you know where all this started, don't you, Stanley?
I don't
Was
really care, to be honest.
what was under Bush and Clinton and the creation of the NAFTA and the GATT, and we made all these globalist trade deals that really screwed America. So Trump, to his credit, is trying to bring companies like Levi's back. You know, come on back, Levi's, make blue jeans again and stuff like that, man.
I don't think
that
it's
NAFTA
Trump's.
and GATT
I
really
don't
fucked this
think,
country.
again, his method is a problem. The goal, fine, but the ends don't justify the means.
Right.
So this is Richard Hanania, who is actually a lawyer, and let's see what he had to say if I can figure this out. He's saying the judiciary as the last bastion of intellectual conservatism, and I kind of agree with that. You know, Trump is basically saying that, hey, if it's good for the country, laws don't matter. He basically thinks that if something is good for the country, he needs to bypass some rule or law. He as president can do that. That's why he's declaring emergencies everywhere, and that's just not how the law is set up, whether he likes it or not. Being president does not make him above the law. And again, the Supreme Court is actually part of why President Trump has this attitude. When they gave him, you know, that broad immunity, they fucked up. So anyway, let's listen to what Richard Hanania has to say.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. So the Supreme Court just handed down its decision in the tariffs case. And I've just read some news stories. I haven't had a chance to actually read the decision. So I thought I would just do this with you all and take advantage of the screen share saver, since I was going to screen share feature, since I was going to anyway read this decision. And so why not do it with all of my friends here? So here you go. You can see the decision. How long is this thing? I read it. Yeah, it's 170 pages. Okay, so it's a long thing. I don't think we're going to read the whole thing, but we're going to go through it. And yeah, I mean, there's an art to reading these things. If you've been to law school, you know this, or if you've read a lot of court decisions, they're very interesting because legislation and regulations, they're occurring in a political context. You know, members of Congress, their staff are writing this, and it's a negotiated process. It's something that they can get to, that everyone can vote on. They're trying to get a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate. They might not be some things they might put in there might not make sense. Some things might cause some kind of disruption or disorder, but then that has to be worked out in the courts and in the regulatory agencies and through the executive branch. And court decisions are something else in that, like, it is ruled by kind of philosopher kings. You have these 9 people who were elite law students, went to the top law schools, did well, got the clerkships, went through the entire process, and they're 9 philosopher kings, and they're voting. And a decision might be 9-0 at most, so it'll have 9 authors, but often they'll have less than that. Sometimes you'll see an individual decision, a concurrence or dissent, where it's purely one person's work. Of course, the law clerks write a lot of the opinions, but basically it's one person's work, one person putting their name on it with help from some aides. And you really get to see kind of very intelligent minds grapple with questions that are fundamental to American governments. They're grappling with the meaning of words. They're grappling with history. They're grappling with policy implications. So it's kind of under theorized or underexplored how we do have this kind of philosopher king regime. It's not that they're making up stuff and they can just say whatever they want. It is more that they are interpreting the law, but they're a check on the democratic branches. And the victory for the anti-tariff side in this case is 6-3. So let's see here. Let's dive in. This is a syllabus. So syllabus is like the summary of the case. They call it a syllabus. So it's I guess that means head note. I never knew that was the official definition of syllabus. But yeah, in history now, when they read this about this decision, it's going to be leading resources v. Trump. That's probably how you shorten it. And so it'll be learning resources. Usually you go by the first descriptor, the first party, which is often the plaintiff, but sometimes just the person who's appealing. Okay. Decided today, argued November 5, decided February 2026. The question presented is whether the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, authorizes the president to impose tariffs. Shortly after taking office, President Trump sought to address 2 foreign threats, the influx of illegal drugs from Canada, Mexico, and China, and the large and persistent trade deficit. The president determined that the drug influx had, quote, created a public health crisis, and that the trade deficits had led to the hollowing out of American manufacturing base and undermined critical supply chains. The president declared a national emergency as to both threats, deeming them unusual and extraordinary, and invoked his authority under IEEPA, IEEPA. Do people say IEEPA? IEEPA is a handful, to respond. He imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the traffic, 25 on most Canadian, Mexican imports, 10 on most Chinese, reciprocal tariff, blah, blah, blah. All trading partners, right? This is the fentanyl part, and now here is the trade deficit part, the other quote unquote emergency that Trump was dealing with. The president imposed duty on all imports from all trading partners. Sorry, I wish I could get this thing to go away. Of at least 10%, with dozens of nations fair higher. This is the famous Liberation Day tariffs. And recall, this is when I had enough with Trump. I officially said, that's it. I was regretting my vote before that. But it was just kind of like the stupidity of it and the extreme stupidity of it. We were, these rates of 40, 50, 60%. I mean, this is kind of unheard of. We used to fear before Trump was elected the second time that he might put a 10% tariff across the board. That was something that I was ready to live with if he was going to do. But this was just so insane that I was like, okay, in addition to the other bad stuff he's doing, this is just, it's too much for me. I can't take anything this stupid. Okay. Petitioners and learning resources and respondents in VOS selections filed suit, alleging that IEEPA does not authorize reciprocal or drug trafficking tariffs. The learning resource, I don't know what VOS selections is, and respondents, why are they the respondents? We'll find out in a second. The learning resources plaintiff, 2 small businesses, sued in the United States District Court, blah, blah, blah. This is just going through the history of it. The VOS selections is just another company. 5 small businesses in 12 states. Okay, so that's what they're calling 5 small businesses in 12 states sued in the CIT. CIT is the Court of International Trade. So they went through different They went through different pipes. They went through different channels to get to the Supreme Court. So VOS elections is one, learning resources another. VOS elections includes the businesses in the states. Blah blah blah. The court granted the benefit. Okay, held. This means this is what we hold. This is the decision. This is like the one sentence you need. It's actually two sentences here. IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. The judgment in blah 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 is vacated, and the case is remanded with instructions to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. The judgment is vacated. Okay, what is that? What is 1 2? Let's see here. What is this? 1 2 2 4 1 2 8 7 is vacated with respect to business lack of jurisdiction. What has lack of jurisdiction here? I'm sorry. What was 2 4? We'll get to it. All right. Okay, so yeah, this is why you have to read the opinion. Deliver the opinion reports with respect to what parts 1 and 2A1. So this is very interesting. They say, here's, I joined this part, but not this part. I joined this part, but not this part. I concur in part. I dissent in part. This seems like it's a kind of a complicated decision, although a clear majority striking down the power to impose tariffs under IEEPA. Okay. So this is the opinion. This is like the most official stuff. Here's what Chief Justice delivered with respect to parts 1 and 2A1. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution specifies that the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imports, and excise. Seems pretty clear. The framers recognize the unique importance of this taxing power, a power which very clearly includes the power to impose tariffs. And they gave Congress alone access to the pockets of the people. The Federalist number 48. The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power of the executive branch. Okay, that's established. The government thus concedes the president enjoys no inherent authority to impose taxes during peacetime. Okay. Exclusively on IEEPA to defend the challenged tariffs. It reads the words regulate and importation to effect a sweeping delegation of Congress power to set tariff policy. So the idea is the president, the administration says that Congress gave us this power through the IEEPA. Authorizing the president to, here's the key. It's so sweeping, right? They were arguing, the executive branch was arguing the president to impose tariffs of unlimited amount and duration on any product from any country. The Chief Justice joined by Gorsuch and Barrett. Okay, so this is concluded part 2, A2. This is the opinion of the court. And then it says Chief Justice joined by Gorsuch. Okay, I think this is only those three. So this is, yeah. Which part is it? Okay, yeah. So and then he goes, and then the Chief Justice. So then Chief Justice Roberts goes off. So you have this part, which is just the start, right? Okay, this is what the opinion of the court. Then you have Chief Justice goes off with Gorsuch and Barrett to this other thing, and they do their own thing, which is only 3.
He's kind of floundering here. Let me back up. This is the part that I found interesting. Me being petty and liking people who snipe. There's a portion here that I like that Justice Jackson wrote. I should have highlighted it. Justice Jackson basically says here, damn it. You know what? I should have highlighted it. But anyway, Justice Thomas here is dissenting. He's written his own dissent. He says he joins Kavanaugh's principal dissent in full as he explains the court's decision today cannot be justified as a matter of statutory interpretation. You know what? I'm not gonna put y'all through it. I should have highlighted it, but Justice Jackson basically said that Kavanaugh, especially, and Alito and Thomas, basically just kind of, basically she says facts over feelings. You can't just say, hey, the president should have the ability. you've got to go back and you've got to discern the legislative intent. Congress, when they wrote the emergency power to impose taxes, they did not. Basically, Trump is using this in a way that the law was not intended to be used, and that's essentially what the majority opinion winds up being. So, yeah, Trump will have to find a different way. But in the meantime, he's not going to be able to just arbitrarily, impose taxes like he had been doing by decree. So let's move on. And I apologize. I should have highlighted. I thought I could remember which part I wanted to highlight. But we can't all be perfect. So here's kind of where I'm going with this. Trump is fighting fights, but not the fight that the normal American consumer expects him to be fighting. So the U.S. economy grew at 1.4%, at a 1.4% rate in the final quarter of 2025. The thing that's interesting is that 1.4% is down from 4.4%. So you're talking like a 3% drop in economic growth. That's kind of dramatic. It was 4.4% in the previous quarter, and it fell to 1.3%. And some of it, they're saying, had to do with the government shutdown, which is, I guess you should take that into consideration. But the thing that actually bothers me is that government is that intertwined with the economy. That to me is a little bit problematic. That's kind of a conservative position that's coming out in me. But it is what it is. 1.4% down from 4.4%. Trump is not either not understanding that the economy is pretty much sideways right now. It's not going full gangbusters. So
I would call it stagnated, Stanley.
Well, a lot of people are talking.
The economy is stagnated.
Well, a lot of people are talking stagflation. So, yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. And I think a lot of it has to do with this particular ruling today. Can Trump do what he's been doing? Maybe that'll help. Maybe the Supreme Court will help stabilize. But this is an article from the Washington Post titled "What the Supreme Court Throwing Out Trump's Tariffs Means for You." And I'm going to go ahead and play this. I've been trying not to do so much AI reader, but this seems like a good time to employ it.
Early birds always rise to the
Yeah,
occasion
and
for
of
summer
course,
vacation.
there's going to
Place
be a
last year
fucking
are invalid.
advertisement.
But that doesn't mean shoppers will suddenly see prices drop. The High Court ruled that Trump overstepped his authority by relying on a decades-old emergency law to impose tariffs on goods from nearly every country. Now, the fate of the tariffs is uncertain. Trump is unlikely to completely back off from the levies, and the administration has been preparing backup plans in the case the Supreme Court ruled against it. Here's what the ruling means for American consumers and what happens next. Does this mean all tariffs are off? Number, the Supreme Court's ruling applies to the tariffs Trump imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA. That includes the country-specific tariffs, such as a 15% levy on goods from European Union countries, or a 20% tariff on imports from Vietnam. That includes most of the tariffs Trump put into place last year, but not all of them. Sector-specific tariffs, such as duties on steel, aluminum, and autos, will remain in place. What does this mean for prices? Tariffs contributed to rising prices throughout the past year, though not as significantly as some analysts had initially feared. Still, the Yale Budget Lab estimates that the average household would lose about $1,800 because of the cost of tariffs in the short term. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome H. Powell said in December that tariff price increases caused much of the overshoot in inflation, which has remained stubbornly higher than the Fed's target rate of 2%. But even with IEEPA tariffs gone, consumers are unlikely to see much immediate relief in their shopping bills. Generally, prices don't go down once they've gone up, said Joe Feldman, Senior Managing Director and Retail Analyst at Telsey Advisory Group. We might see a little bit of relief. Companies may be wary to reduce prices when so much uncertainty remains about the future of tariffs. For months last year, many companies stocked up on imports in anticipation of tariffs. That gave them a cushion before they had to raise prices to make up for the increased cost of goods. That advanced inventory started running out for many late last year, but it's possible that throwing out the IEEPA tariffs will prevent future price increases that would have otherwise taken place. Will I get any rebates? Probably not. For the most part, tariffs are paid by importing companies during a customs and border protection process. Individual consumers eventually see some of those fees in the form of cost increases, but do not pay tariffs directly. It's unlikely that individual businesses will refund customers for price increases. Trump said several times last year that he planned to use the tariff revenue, which was about $200 billion as of mid-December, to give stimulus checks to Americans. But there are many challenges inherent in that plan, including the tariff funds go to the Treasury and must be allocated by Congress before they are used. Will businesses get refunds from tariff payments? Maybe. There's already a process in place for importers to adjust and dispute the duties they've paid at the border. And it's possible that companies will use that system to appeal the fees they've paid over the past several months. But the government has yet to say if or how refunds would work or how long they might take to reach companies. The Supreme Court knows what to do about refunds. Businesses are preparing for a potential refund process, and some had already started petitioning CBP for refunds, even before the court ruled, in the hopes of getting put in the front of the line. Costco, one of the nation's largest retailers, sued customs officials in late November, saying separate legal action was needed to guarantee its refund rights. What does this mean for the future of tariffs? Trump is unlikely to simply dismiss the idea of tariffs because of the legal setback. Members of the Trump administration have already discussed other avenues to impose levies. After the Supreme Court oral arguments, Trump told reporters his team would develop a Game 2 plan. There are more traditional, albeit slower, ways to put tariffs in place, such as the sector-specific tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper. Those are generally preceded by a government investigation and are more specific than the countrywide tariffs Trump imposed last year. One way Trump might proceed would be to use a different law to temporarily put in place tariffs of up to 15% for about 5 months, said Patrick Childress, an international trade attorney at Holland and Knight in D.C., and a former assistant general counsel at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. During that time, the Trump administration could conduct investigations using a separate law to potentially put in place country-specific tariffs. This is the path I think the administration is most likely to take because it gives them speed. They have flexibility to raise tariffs up or down, and they result in country-specific tariffs, much like the IEEPA tariffs, Childress said. If that's how the White House ultimately tackles tariffs, it could mean that not much changes at all for consumers.
From biotech and retail to automotive and transport, the world's leading organizations are scaling AI responsibly. While their industries differ, what they have in common is Deloitte. We don't just implement what's new, we build what works. By weaving tech-enabled solutions into the fabric of your business, we help you navigate complexity and drive meaningful change.
Oh,
Sure, it's
sorry about
tempting to
that.
think of AI as
I
the
stepped
answer,
away.
but
All right. So this kind of addresses what could happen as far as refunds go. I think it's just going to be a bunch of lawsuits. So let's see what's next.
Yeah, I was wondering, Stanley, what's going to happen to all the money collected by tariffs so far? So does that have to be redispersed in some kind of way? I'm not sure how that'd work out, bro.
Yep. So Trump administration president acknowledges that he is weighing limited strike on Iran. So much like tariffs, if Iran does not do what he wants, he's gonna bomb them. I'm like, this motherfucker is out of his mind. So
Well,
the
I'd be more interested in helping Iran solve their water issue because evidently there's a water crisis over there, and I'd like to see how we could help them solve that over bombing them. Because
yeah, well, maybe
some
Trump has
motherfuckers
proposed.
ain't got no water, Stanley.
Well, maybe Trump proposed it, but he's not. He's not saying much about that. He's just saying we're going to bomb them.
President Trump warned Iran on Thursday that bad things would happen if the country doesn't make a deal within the next 10 to 15 days. Take a listen.
And now is the time for Iran to join us on a path that will complete what we're doing. They cannot continue to threaten the stability of the entire region, and they must make a deal. Or if that doesn't happen, I maybe can understand. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But bad things will happen if it doesn't. So now we may have to
Bad
take it a step
things
further,
will
or we may not.
happen.
Maybe we're going to make a deal with you.
This is why he's a fucking bad president. Who does that?
You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10.
Essentially he is turning foreign policy into like a mafia style organization. The State Department. If you don't do, we're going to give you an offer you can't refuse. Really? That's how you do foreign policy? It's just literally well, let me be blunt. That's not white. He's doing
Not
Law of the
white.
Jungle. he's doing Law of the Jungle. This shit, this motherfucker's being medieval.
10 days.
Yeah, I don't
I'm gonna be
care
honest.
for that.
I think
I'm sorry, Stan.
putting the military in harm's way in this manner, I just found that reckless. This dude is out of control.
Trump was speaking at
I
the
wonder
inaugural
why
meeting
there's
of the
no
Board of
water
Peace
in
Thursday,
Iran.
where representatives from nearly 50 countries gathered.
Well,
in
bombing
Washington,
them
D.C.
won't help.
The president pledged that the U.S. would contribute
No.
$10 billion for the Board of Peace to resolve global conflicts. The White House said that roughly $6.5 billion in pledges have come from other countries.
I'll tell you,
Speaking of global
Stanley,
support,
one of the
the United Kingdom
reasons
said that it would block
I
the Trump
voted for
administration from
Trump
using its
is so he wouldn't get involved in all these foreign wars and stuff, but yet here he is doing the same thing as the Bushes and the Clintons and all of them. He's turned into one of them, Stanley, I think. And just the other day he said, well, I think Bill Clinton's a pretty good guy, as Bill Clinton just got called out on the Epstein list. And,
Yeah, well, it's
how
one.
come we're
It's Epstein's best friend saying that.
yeah, and like they're arresting these assholes in Europe. How come we're not arresting them, Stanley? I
Because
mean,
one of them's the president.
yeah, my mom said that if the unredacted files were released, that the whole system would collapse. That means no Social Security, no veterans pay, no nothing. You'd have to
I
rebuild it
don't
from the
think
ground up.
I think that is just I don't think that is true. So let's hear what these people have to say about Iran.
Military air bases if the U.S. decides to strike Iran. Senator Lindsey Graham said the use of British military bases against Iran
Fuck
is a
Lindsey
necessity
Graham.
for an attack. It would be.
Oh, and by the way, I thought we basically neutralized their nuclear ability. What the fuck is this? If we neutralize their ability to process, nuclear material for weapons, why
would we want to bomb them? What's the...
Yes.
If they want to protest over there and kill each other, it's none of our fucking business. Stay out of it.
Okay, bottom line is I don't think Trump was accurate. We'll just say he wasn't accurate when he said that Iran's nuclear capabilities had been neutralized.
Beyond surprising.
Now, in a letter to the UN Security Council on Thursday, Amir S. Iravani, the Iranian ambassador to the UN, said, quote, given the volatile situation in the region and the persistent movement and buildup of military equipment and assets by the United States, such a belligerent statement by the President of the United States must not be treated as mere rhetoric. The Iranian envoy added that his country does not seek, quote, tension or war and will not initiate a war.
Meanwhile, here in Washington, lawmakers, including Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, are planning to move next week to force a vote on a resolution to require authorization from Congress before Trump can use military force against Iran.
Khanna on Wednesday wrote on X, quote, Trump officials say there's a 90% chance of strikes on Iran. He can't without Congress. Representative Thomas Massie and I have a war powers resolution.
Well, actually, he
to
can.
debate and vote on war before putting U.S. troops in harm's way. I will make a motion to discharge.
I like Thomas
on
Massie.
it next week. I think, Congress, that's part of their job is to have a check on executive power. And I know that that's already supposed to be a
Stanley, I bet Senator Rand Paul.
They need to emphasize that again, I think, because
what? I bet he would vote for that too, Senator Rand Paul.
Okay, well, it's Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are in the House. So Rand Paul won't be able to vote.
Rand Paul is in the Senate. So
right.
Because of recent actions with particularly the strikes on the boats in the Caribbean waters. That's part of probably the problem that's led to a little bit of fear around this topic. But America has to ask itself, do you really want to get back in another war in any part of the Middle East right now? And it's something that the administration has to contemplate, especially as an administration that ran on this whole America First idea that Marjorie Taylor Greene has been, adamantly on all the shows talking about, whether you agree with her or like what she's doing or not. She's holding the feet to the fire of the same people that said, we don't like everything that the Bush administration and others have done internationally, and we want to do something different. And change the way that we're going about stuff. And now it seems like we're teetering on the line of being right back in a similar conflict with no resolution on how to really regime change without still creating unstable grounds that end up with a country that, for the most part, if you look even at Afghanistan, that's now still run by Taliban, ends up in a similar position than when we started there. And then what does the U.S. gain from the interaction?
Yeah, that's always the broader question with regime change wars is who takes power afterwards, who rises during that power vacuum, and is the U.S. capable of installing someone who has the broad support of the Iranian people and doesn't lead to further instability, or that person is actually quite bad themselves, which has been the case with a lot of CIA-backed coups in American history. At the same time, I'm trying not to be, as Trump puts it, panicking on this because
Did he say that?
He was warning people not to be panicins around the time of the first strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities, and I was very much a panikin.
Me too.
I know. And then the strike went off really well. We didn't have many immediate consequences from it. It didn't start World War III. I was a little bit of a panicking about the Venezuela, the striking of the boats in the Caribbean, and then we managed to surgically remove Maduro and bring him to the United States, extradite him to the United States. to stand trial for alleged crimes. And so far, the sort of U.S. oversight of Maduro's underlings is going relatively well, as far as we know. So I don't want to set my hair on fire and say, oh my gosh, we're going to be in a 20-year Afghanistan-esque conflict and we're going to be nation building in the Middle East, because it is possible that there's a plan that they are working with that is not like that at all. But of course, there's always the possibility that even if that is the plan, that we're not going to this long nation building project, that things don't go according to plan. And Trump has already, of course, received criticism from the broader American public, but certainly within his own base of people who feel like he is focusing too much on foreign policy and not enough on domestic issues. So he has to walk this line incredibly carefully.
You know, that's actually something I agree with. He's kind of letting things fall apart at home. I think that I think that he's making a mistake here. So let's move on. Probably enough of that. So let's get into some Epstein stuff. So Epstein built ties to U.S. customs officers, prompting criminal investigation. So there will be some criminal investigations, just not of the bigwigs. So Jeffrey Epstein cultivated friendly relationships with several customs officers in the U.S. Virgin Islands, offering food, advice, and even musical gigs. So that's a picture of Epstein Island there. We'll listen to a little bit of it. It's called his island was called Little St. James, a private island owned by Jeffrey Epstein in the
Little
Caribbean.
St. James. Good grief.
I wish I could have an island. So we'll listen to a little bit of it.
Built ties to U.S. customs officers, prompting criminal investigation. This article is by David Enrich and Steve Ader and read by an automated voice. One of Jeffrey Epstein's greatest skills was building and exploiting connections with those who had the power to help or hinder him. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, that included the federal customs and border protection officers who inspected the people and goods that were going to and from his private hideaway. Mr. Epstein dispensed food, helicopter rides, financial advice, and even musical gigs to a handful of CBP officers stationed on St. Thomas, the American port of entry that was near Little St. James, an island that Mr. Epstein owned. At the same time, Mr. Epstein enjoyed concierge services from some of the customs officers in St. Thomas, according to emails and other records recently released by the Justice Department. They whisked him through inspections, and they helped him troubleshoot when he encountered problems at airports on the mainland. Starting in 2019, those chummy relationships became the subject of a criminal investigation, the records show. Agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors, spent more than a year looking into whether CBP officers in St. Thomas allowed Mr. Epstein and his guests to avoid scrutiny as they entered the country. The outcome of the investigation, which focused on at least 4 CBP officers, including a supervisor, is unclear. There is no record of the offices having been charged with crimes in connection to Mr. Epstein. Spokesmen for the FBI and CBP had no immediate comment. The emails and other records show how Mr. Epstein, a master networker who traded favors with presidents, billionaires, superlawyers, and Hollywood celebrities, also set out to woo usually anonymous customs officials in the Caribbean. The charm offensive took place from at least 2008 to 2016, a period during which authorities in the U.S. Virgin Islands have said he was sexually abusing girls and young women on his island. The criminal charges filed against Mr. Epstein in 2019 covered an earlier time period and conduct in New York and Florida, not the Caribbean. It appeared to be part of a broader effort to build alliances across the U.S. territory, which granted his business lucrative tax breaks. He donated generously to local politicians. He employed a governor's wife.
The CBP agents in St. Thomas had the power to interfere with the luxurious, under-the-radar life that Mr. Epstein had built for himself in the U.S. Virgin Islands, including his importation of young women from foreign countries. After Mr. Epstein pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor in 2008 and became a registered sex offender, CBP officers elsewhere sometimes pulled him aside for questioning at airports. They sometimes took note of his female companions. In 2013, for example, a CBP officer at Palm Beach International Airport in Florida described intercepting Mr. Epstein, who was returning from St. Thomas. He was traveling with several young women but of age, the officer wrote in a report, which was previously described by Bloomberg News. Mr. Epstein and his associates also appeared jittery about what CBP officers might find if they showed up unannounced at Little St. James. In 2016, an employee alerted Mr. Epstein that CBP officers were circling the island, according to an email released by the Justice Department. The employee instructed a colleague to hide everything until further notice. It wasn't clear what she was referring to. By the time of his 2008 incarceration, Mr. Epstein had a friendly relationship with at least one CBP officer, the emails show. The officer, Carol Montgomery, repeatedly sought Mr. Epstein's advice and financial assistance, including a $200,000 loan after she transferred to a CBP office on the mainland. It is unclear from the emails whether Mr. Epstein provided her with money or if she was part of the federal investigation. "Welcome home, Jeff," Ms. Montgomery wrote on the day he was released from jail in 2009. At another point, when she worked for the CBP in Washington state, she invited Mr. Epstein to visit her and noted that she had read a bunch of foolishness about him in the media. "Keep your chin up and know that I care a lot for you," she wrote. In June 2010, as his period of house arrest was coming to an end, Mr. Epstein emailed Cecile de Jong, who was his office manager in the U.S. Virgin Islands and was the territory's first lady. He asked who was in charge of customs, noting that an official at the St. Thomas airport has been difficult lately. Ms. de Jong said she would look into the matter. It is unclear what came of the conversation. 2 years later, in November 2012, Mr. Epstein planned to give a Thanksgiving turkey to each of the 78 CBP employees stationed in St. Thomas. But an agency supervisor nixed the idea, citing a ban on personal gifts. "They can only accept gifts that will benefit the entire community overall," one of Mr. Epstein's employees relayed to him. On another occasion, Mr. Epstein said he wanted to buy the agents new computers. He took agents on whale-watching excursions aboard his helicopter. He invited them to visit his island for lunch. One officer later told investigators that the lunch, which took place in a gazebo, consisted of sandwiches and wine. Mr. Epstein hired another CBP officer to play the steel drums for guests on his island. The officer waived his fee because he considers you a friend, an employee told Mr. Epstein, though if you wish to give him something, he is appreciative.
Stupid woman,
the officer
not
performed at least
Epstein.
twice and offered to provide.
It's a AI. So, I mean, you would probably have to go in there and manually tell it. But anyway, we probably played enough of that. I mean, you kind of get the point.
Yeah.
Epstein.
What did you see in
that dude,
Europe?
or
They're
Epstein,
arresting them, Stanley.
right?
They're-
Well, the problem is, Epstein can't be. He had his own, issues, with the SA and underage and all that, but so have people like what's his name from Florida. I think Epstein just got caught. I think there's probably I'm guessing that there's probably a ton of Epstein-ish people out there, people who aren't so much into the perversions, but I think there's a lot of Epsteins out there, minus the perversions. So let me briefly show this. This is a sourdough loaf. This is my most successful sourdough loaf so far.
right there, Stanley.
Yeah. So
Nice.
the
Where'd you
only
get
problem.
Where'd you get your starter from? Is what I wanted to ask you. Your
I
sourdough
made it.
starter.
I made it myself.
Oh, you
Shoot,
started
probably.
your own.
Yeah, back in December. So it's been a little bit of a journey, but yeah, it's basically derived. My starters, my starters 3 months old, and you know, um,
Uh,
I keep it in the refrigerator. Believe me, that I know how to make bread. As a matter of fact, I'm in the middle of making hot dog buns because I'm
uh-huh.
gonna probably have
Hot
kraut
dog
dogs.
bun.
Yeah, yeah. I
Are they
don't.
like
I
the
generally.
loaves?
Well, I generally don't. Oh, no, no, no. Look, well, this is going to be a little bit of a story. I've been making bread for like 10 years. And the sandwich bread is different than sourdough. Sourdough is a lot more technical. Um, but I make pretty much any bread product, any flour product, like tortillas. I'll make either corn or flour. Flour is easier. Um, Pretty much anything that you might eat at home as a home cook, hot dog buns, hamburger
Yeah.
buns, cornbread. I make all that stuff from scratch. It's really not hard once you get good at it. The reason I started making sourdough is my father asked me to. His dietitian, kind of recommended uh, whole wheat sourdough. Plus, he likes the taste of it. Now, sourdough bread is basically fermented. It's got it's
Yeah,
fermented.
it's
That
famous
sourdough
in
is
Alaska, Stanley.
right. So,
Sourdough is it's famous up here.
well, I like it too. And again, homemade is nothing like you get at the grocery store.
Mm,
All that's in there
yeah.
is salt, flour, starter, and water. Um, Now you can whip out some hot dog buns in 2 hours. If you stay on top of it. This sourdough was 8 hours, bulk
Making me
fermentation, and then
hungry, Stanley.
well, anyway, all I'm saying is that now that I know how to make sourdough, it's actually kind of fun. So it's but I can tell you the first 3 or 4 that I made, dude, they were fucking like hockey pucks. I was I think I told this story. I was joking with my sister. I had to make like regular bread just to make sure I didn't have a bread curse because none of my sourdough was turning out good. But
Trials and tribulations,
no,
Stanley.
you will never guess. I ran across this English. He's not a baker, he's a chef. But dude, you'll see these sourdough videos where they'll do all this stretch and fold and technical stuff.
Uh-huh.
This dude just basically said, mix the shit together, let it wait for 8 hours, and then shape it basically and put it in the refrigerator overnight. um all those technical fucking things I was doing didn't work. Just fucking putting it in a bowl and letting it sit for 8 hours produces this. I mean, this is like
Yeah.
this is like the first loaf. The last loaf I made was pretty good. This one is almost textbook. There are a couple things on the surface I'm gonna have to do better. Um, but this is like something you could be proud of to, serve to guests. So
Heck yeah.
anyway, the reason I bring it up is Queen Sunkissed. I put out a post and Queen Sunkissed asked me to split it so she could see the crumb. And as you can see, the crumb is actually really good. Um, you could slice this up and make a sandwich and not be ashamed to serve it to guests.
Heck yeah. Looks good to
So
me,
anyway,
Stanley.
yeah, and it takes some hours, but it a whole lot less work. But
There's
let's stick
one
with.
guy. That's
Go
what he
ahead.
does with his sourdough. He puts it in a bag before he goes camping. Then by
Right.
the time he builds his little shelter, just pull it out and throw it right on the fire and make his own bread like that too.
Well, the funny thing is, there's a whole sourdough world. You can make like sourdough sweet rolls, sourdough pancakes.
Yeah,
There's a bunch
sourdough
of things you can do.
pizza.
Oh,
I've
no, no,
seen
hey,
some
guess
of
what?
them
I made I made
advertising
I made a sourdough
sourdough
pizza.
pizza.
I did it a couple
Yeah.
nights ago. The
Oh,
sourdough
you did a
discard.
sourdough pizza?
Yeah, it's not hard. I got to
I'm
work on
coming
it
over
because,
to your house to eat from now on, Stanley.
well, I have a lot of time. Honestly, if you are a busy parent, you're not going to have time to do this sort of stuff except maybe on weekends. Um, which one of these days I'll do a whole soliloquy. It's such a shame that the way our economy works, you don't get the time to do good stuff like that. Um, you know,
Yeah.
one of the things I appreciated, in a way, being an older parent, I remember going to my son's high school graduation, with the big hair and it's all gray now. One, I could tell my son was like, well, I'll put it to you this way. I was the oldest fucking parent there. And,
Dang.
you know,
You're getting
well,
old
I was,
then.
well, most of the parents were in their 40s and I was almost 60 at the time. But where I'm going with this is that, but the good thing is I retired basically my son's whole high school, 4 years of high school. I was here when he got home. I was able to make him some good quality, like home cooking. He knows how to make regular bread and he knows he can make a pie from scratch. My son is actually a good cook.
Yeah.
So, there's some things I was able to do as kind of an older retired
Must have
parent.
learned from his mom and dad how to be a good cook.
Probably from his dad. His mother died when he was 7. So anyway,
Oh shit.
let's move on.
Yeah.
So there's more Epstein news. We all know about former Prince Andrew. Well, it shocked me. He was, I knew he was arrested for misconduct in public office. I didn't realize what he was some sort of trade envoy, and he gave confidential government documents to Epstein. So it was like a form of some sort of industrial espionage or something.
Mm.
I'm like,
Did you
God
hear
damn.
about that one? They arrested somebody in Norway over it too, Stanley. Did you
Well,
see
here,
anything on that?
I heard about it. I haven't looked at it, but this is interesting. So, former Prince Andrew's arrest is the first arrest of a senior royal since 1647.
Jesus.
when, when supporters of Parliament arrested King Charles I during the English Civil War. God damn.
Damn.
It's like, what in the fuck? So Richard
At
Hanania,
least
the
they
dude,
arrested his ass. So I wish they'd
well,
arrest some over here. So
well,
show the
they
rest of the
might
world that the
they
United
might be
States has
arresting.
balls too.
Uh, there may be some customs officials arrested, but the thing that's interesting is that I didn't know you could strip, if you were of royal heritage, I didn't know you could actually have like royal titles stripped like that. So now I know. What's up, Shara? So let's see, what else have we got here? There was something else in here that was interesting, but again, I didn't highlight it. So let's move on then. So we're going to talk a little bit about immigration.
Here we go.
Apparently, a Russian family who complained of mistreatment in ICE facility is released after 4 months. The family's lawyer had sought their release on medical grounds. They were freed from detention days after NBC News brought attention to their case. So I don't even know what to make of this, but let's listen to it. Oh, God damn it. I have an account, I thought. Oops, not that one. Shoot. Let me go back. Let me start this over. I would have sworn I had an account. All right. Well, you know what? Let's do this. Let me just reload it. This is what happens when you don't look at these articles first.
You're doing fine, Stanley.
All right. Well, let's try this again. See if it works this time.
Russian family who
There we go.
complained of mistreatment in ICE facility is released after 4 months. This article is written by Mike Hicksonbaugh and is read by an automated voice. There may be mispronunciations. A family of Russian asylum seekers was released from a South Texas immigrant detention center on Wednesday after more than 4 months in custody. An ordeal, they say, left the children anxious, sickened, and afraid. Nikita, his wife, Oksana, and their 3 children had been held since October at the Dilley Immigration Processing Center, where they said they endured worms and mold in their food, hours-long waits for medicine, and restless nights under lights that never fully dimmed. "Thank God," Nikita said, speaking to a reporter in Russian after learning the news. "We're ready." They were freed about a week after their attorney wrote a letter seeking their release on medical grounds, and 5 days after NBC News published an article detailing what the family described as their nightmare in detention. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security had told NBC News it was required by law to hold the family in custody until their asylum claims were heard. It did not immediately respond to questions about what prompted the reversal. Before leaving Dilley and boarding a flight to California, the family gathered for a final video call with their lawyer and a reporter. The couple asked to be identified only by their first names because they fear retaliation if deported to Russia. Their mood during the call was buoyant. Asked what they most wanted once they were free, the answers came quickly. Kirill, 13, said he wanted a Subway sandwich. His sister, Camilla, 12, whose birthday had passed days earlier, said she hoped for sushi. 4-year-old Constantine wanted to be reunited with his favorite stuffed animal, Stitch, from the Disney movie Lilo and Stitch, which had been confiscated when officers detained them. Their parents' hopes were more fundamental. "We want to be at our own home, feeling safe," Nikita said. "There's no sense of being safe here." Oksana said she looked forward to being able to flip off the lights at night, to cry alone with her family and begin to heal from what they endured in detention. The Dilley facility was thrust into the national spotlight in recent months as the Trump administration expanded family immigrant detention, sending hundreds of parents and children to the sprawling remote center, while advocates warned of potential human rights violations. DHS has denied the claims of poor conditions, saying the facility is equipped to house families and that children receive appropriate medical care, food, and schooling. Core Civic, which operates Dilley under a federal contract, has said detainees' health and safety are its top priorities. Under a decades-old federal court settlement governing the detention of immigrant children, minors generally are not supposed to be held in custody for longer than 20 days. But lawyers representing families say many have remained detained for weeks or months beyond that limit. DHS previously defended holding the Russian family while their asylum case was pending and slammed the legal settlement setting the 20-day limit as a tool of the left that is antithetical to the law and wastes valuable U.S. taxpayer-funded resources. Nikita and Oksana's lawyer, Elora Mukherjee, a Columbia Law School professor and director of its Immigrants' Rights Clinic, said her client's months-long confinement and abrupt release reflects what she described as a broader pattern. Minors held well past the 20-day threshold and released only after sustained legal pressure or media scrutiny. The administration's goal, Mukherjee said, seems to be making conditions in detention so miserable and unbearable that children and adults alike give up on their immigration cases. My clients from New Jersey to Texas have given up on valid immigration cases, valid applications for visas, because they cannot stand to be in detention any longer, she said. For Nikita and Oksana, giving up was never an option. Returning to Russia would be perilous, they said, because of Nikita's outspoken opposition to President Vladimir Putin's government. The terms of their release weren't immediately clear, Mukherjee said. She said they plan to stay with a sponsor family in California and likely will be required to attend regular check-ins with Immigration and Customs Enforcement as their case moves forward, a supervision process routinely used by past administrations before DHS began detaining parents and children in large numbers last year. The family's path to detention began more than a year ago when they fled Russia for Mexico. After a year trying to determine the best path to safety, they crossed the U.S. border and requested asylum, hoping America would be a refuge. Instead, they were transferred to Dilley. In an interview with NBC News last week, the family described days that blurred together as the children grew listless, with little to do and few familiar comforts. Meals were repetitive, greasy, and sometimes inedible, they said, and schooling was non-existent. Camilla suffered a recurring ear infection that was complicated by what her parents described as lax medical care, and hours-long waits outside in bitter cold or rain for each dose of medication, resulting in what they described as partial hearing loss and lingering pain.
Oh,
In
shit.
an earlier statement, DHS defended the girls'
Should have stayed in their own country, then they wouldn't have to go through that.
So you don't think that seeking asylum, if you are an outspoken critic of Putin, you don't think that's worthy of being granted asylum?
Not really.
Okay, well, you know that Putin kills his opponents, right? Have you
I
heard
guess.
of have you heard of Navalny? Was it Alexander Navalny? I can't remember his first name. So you don't think if you are like, hey, an outspoken critic of Vladimir Putin, and you get a chance to seek asylum in the United States, you don't think that's a worthy
Well, yeah,
thing to at least consider?
we have a robust community of Russians here on the Kenai in Alaska.
That's not
Damn near.
my not sure why you're mentioning that. My question is if this is determined to be a legitimate asylum request, because Putin is known to poison and otherwise eliminate his political dissenters. You don't think that's something that should at least be considered?
Well, I can say I'm glad I don't live over there.
Okay, again,
Yeah.
my question is, you don't think that a legitimate request for asylum should at least be reviewed?
Yes, it should, but I think the asylum laws are abused, and people
Okay, well
use it just
that
to
was immigration.
get in another country.
That was part of immigration reform, which um, people have been trying to get immigration reform for decades. So, bottom line is, I think if there's a legitimate request for asylum, you shouldn't be detained in a concentration camp, especially if you have kids. Okay, if you got 3 kids, I don't know that I think you have a reason not to be committing heinous crimes. I think the administration is wrong in this case.
Well, what happens, Stanley, a lot of times is they
Okay.
don't
I
show
don't
up
care
for
what
their.
I don't care
They
what
don't
happens.
show up.
I don't care. It's irrelevant to my point.
They don't show up for their court
Okay,
date.
again, it's irrelevant to my point. I don't
That
care
is
if they
very
don't show up.
relevant, Stanley.
No, it has 0 relevance.
If you have a court date, do you show up, Stanley?
Okay,
Especially
I'm not
if you're a
talking about
guest.
court dates. I'm talking about asylum. 2 different things.
That's what. No, it's not,
Nope,
because
you're moving the
these
goalpost. You're bringing.
asylum seekers.
Okay, I don't care about anything that you have mentioned. The simple question, which you answered affirmatively, is if they have a legitimate asylum request, shouldn't it at least be considered without being
Yeah, but if
detained
you're here
in a
on
constant?
asylum,
Don't
you gotta show
but
up
me.
to the fucking court date,
Okay, again,
bro.
you don't seem to be able to actually concentrate on the point. Okay, whether they show up for an asylum hearing or not is really irrelevant to the point I'm making. And I'm not sure that they didn't show up for a court date. Nothing in the story so far suggests
Well, it
that
sounds
they
like
didn't
they
show up.
didn't. I mean, there are very strict rules for coming in this country on asylum, and if you don't
Okay,
show
and it
up
does.
for your fucking
I have
court
not
date,
heard. Okay. Where in the story did they say they didn't show up for a court date? You're making shit up now.
well, no, I'm not, because we just
Yes.
had
Where
one
did that? Where in the
deported.
story? Where in this story is it suggested that this family did not show up for a court date?
Well, they must have messed something up, or their asylum request was rejected or something, because they're not making mistakes like that. And God bless
Yes, they are.
Christian Noah.
I'm sorry to tell you this. DHS under Christy Noam is a clown car. They have killed American citizens. There are DHS agents that are literally on administrative leave because they lied after they shot some dude and their story didn't hold up. DHS is basically not to be trusted. So if you're telling me that they don't make these kinds of mistakes, sorry, I don't believe you.
Mistakes happen, Stanley, every day.
You know what? And federal agents killing people should not be mistakes that are held without some sort of accountability. Mistakes will be made, but what I want to know is what kind of accountability are the feds being held to for accountability? Mistakes without accountability is unacceptable.
Did you care under Joe Biden when
Okay,
FBI
yep, there's that
agents were going around
there's that
just
usual
rounding people up for no reason?
The usual whataboutism. I was waiting for it. Thank you for not disappointing me.
You're welcome, Stanley.
So, Labor Secretary's husband barred from department over sexual assault allegations. Yeah, this Trump administration is a mess. On Thursday, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRimmer's husband, Dr. Sean DeRimmer, was barred from the Labor Department headquarters after at least 2 female staffers accused him of sexual assault.
You care more about illegal immigrants than Americans.
Security. Wait, hold it. We're not. We're talking to Labor Secretary. Did I switch? Let me make sure. Yeah, I switched. See where it says Labor Secretary? We've moved on from the immigrants. We're talking about a Trump cabinet. We're talking about a Trump cabinet member's husband barred from Labor Department headquarters because he's been accused of sexual assault. Security footage from December 18 shows Dr. Sean DeRimmer giving one of the women an extended embrace, reviewed as part of a criminal investigation.
Does that mean he grabbed her on the ass or something, Stanley?
I don't know. It's being investigated, but so far, the Labor Secretary's husband is charged with sexual assault. Inspector General is probing Chavez DeRimmer's office amid misconduct allegations, leading to Chief of Staff Ji-hun Han, Deputy Chief of Staff Rebecca Wright, and security personnel placed on leave. Beyond the sexual assault claims, the Inspector General is also examining allegations of misuse of office and improper relationship with the White House, saying it retains faith in Chavez DeRimmer. Yeah.
Well, Stanley, did you see Trump talking about? He was like, "Yeah, I grabbed my wife by the ass. You know, big deal, right?" Talking about how he
maybe you are currently yeah, and you know what? Hearing you laugh lascivious, hearing that laugh just tells me a little bit more about your character.
Okay, fine.
So this is an opinion piece by Michelle Goldberg, and it's titled, "This is How an Autocrat Goes to War," with a big old picture of
How
Donald
do
Trump.
you grab a woman, Stanley? Do you grab her by the pussy or by the waist or by the ass? Or how do you grab a woman?
Well, if I were married to the Secretary of Labor, I would not be going to her whole cabinet level jobs headquarters and doing stuff that would embarrass her. So let's listen to Michelle Goldberg.
This is how an autocrat goes to war. This article is by Michelle Goldberg and read by an automated voice. I never imagined I'd miss being lied to by George W. Bush and his henchmen. When the Bush administration wanted to go to war with Iraq, it undertook a full court press to propagandize the American people. Administration officials leaked false information about Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction, which turned out not to exist. Secretary of State Colin Powell gave a deceptive presentation at the United Nations. In Congress, many Democrats, succumbing either to relentless public pressure or their own hawkish instincts, joined with Republicans to authorize an invasion. This mendacious campaign was shameful and despicable, and helped create today's national atmosphere of corrosive cynicism and nihilistic paranoia. But it was, in retrospect, a tacit acknowledgement that public opinion mattered, that a president couldn't start a war without convincing Americans it was necessary. It was a manipulation of democratic deliberation rather than a negation of it. Compare that episode to Donald Trump's threatened war with Iran. On Wednesday, Axios' well-sourced reporter Barack Ravid warned, the Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most Americans realize. It could begin very soon. America has undertaken the largest air power buildup in the region since the Iraq War. Outlets, including the New York Times, have reported that the military has given Trump the option to strike as soon as this weekend. Not only has Congress not authorized such a war, it has barely even debated it. The administration has not bothered to explain, either to Congress or the American people, why it might bomb Iran or what it hopes to achieve. There haven't been any briefings about a military strategy, said the Democratic Representative Ro Khanna, who is working with his Republican colleague Thomas Massie to force a vote on an anti-war measure. Most reporting indicates that the White House is planning for a campaign far more intense and sustained than last year's bombing of Iran or the abduction of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. But we don't know if Trump and his team are after regime change, and if they are, what they think comes next. This is how an autocracy goes to war, without even a pretense that the consent of the governed matters. At the center of the conflict between America and Iran is Iran's nuclear program, which Trump claims he destroyed 8 months ago, at the close of Israel's 12-day war. Back then, a report from the Defense Intelligence Agency found that America's bombing campaign set Iran's program back by less than 6 months. But to this day, a page on the White House website proclaims Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated, and suggestions otherwise are fake news. The administration apparently feels no need to justify a potential war to end a program that it claims it already eliminated. The administration is also reportedly demanding that Iran curtail its ballistic missile program and end its support for regional proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. It is unclear whether these demands are serious or simply a negotiating tactic, but they seem to be red lines for Iran. I don't know whether it's pretextual or genuine, Rob Malley, Joe Biden's special envoy for Iran, said of the Trump administration's conditions. Given that Iran was probably bound to refuse, he said, the Trump team's position could be simply part of a kabuki game to be able to say, we tried diplomacy. So far, the administration has scarcely bothered to elaborate the reasoning behind these demands. After all, Iran's missiles and the militias it supports threaten Israel far more than they do the United States. If you take the administration's stance at face value, it's hard to square it with Trump's America First campaign rhetoric. To be clear, I don't think Trump would go to war to protect Israel. Rather, I assume Trump is driven by the same self-aggrandizing impulse that made him slap his name on the Kennedy Center. He wants to put his stamp on the world, to be the president who rid the globe of 3 regimes that bedeviled his predecessors: Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba, which he's subjecting to a devastating fuel blockade. He is now enamored with the idea that he will be the president on whose watch a number of regimes that have been viscerally anti-American for a long time will no longer be, said Malley. If that's true, there are parallels to Bush's drive toward Iraq. By many accounts, he wanted to outdo his father, to be the president bold enough to eliminate Saddam Hussein after others had failed. His combination of narcissism and resentful insecurity made him think he could and should remake the world. The Iraq War's most devastating consequences were, of course, in the Middle East, where hundreds of thousands of people died. But the war's wreckage also contributed to increasing derangement at home, including a resurgence of anti-Semitism, as people like Tucker Carlson blamed Zionists for tricking them into supporting an invasion. Should Trump pull America into a needless war with Iran, the fallout could be worse. Trump would, after all, be betraying his isolationist campaign promises for reasons no one quite understands in order to fight a war that benefits Israel, at a time when conspiracy theories about Jews are raging through the American populace. Trump's last 2 significant military interventions, in Iran and Venezuela, both went smoothly, perhaps increasing his confidence that he can bomb other countries without consequence. But Ali Vaz, Iran project director at the International Crisis Group, fears this time may be different. You have a regime that is cornered and it is very likely to lash out because it feels an existential angst, he told me. Iran responded with restraint when Trump, during his first term, killed the Iranian Major General Qasem Soleimani. It responded with restraint when Trump bombed it last year. The administration might conclude from this that Iran is too weak to strike back. Vaz thinks that's a miscalculation. Iran, he said, has concluded that restraint only invites more aggression. And so this time around they want to respond, and they will respond in a way that is marked not by restraint, but by recklessness. Americans are not prepared to accept casualties in this arbitrary war, or to make any sacrifices at all. As Jack Hunter notes in Responsible Statecraft, in March 2003, a Gallup poll showed 72% of Americans supporting war with Iraq. By contrast, in recent surveys, fewer than 30% of respondents back military action in Iran. Trump isn't trying to persuade the country that war is in their interests. All that matters is whether he thinks it's in his.
All right. Any comments there? Oh, wait. Did 12th Man get bored and leave? All right. Well, I think that Trump I think a lot of presidents make weird miscalculations. Bush won't be remembered for eliminating Saddam Hussein. I personally will remember him for faking a reason to go into Iraq, but mostly it'll be for the 2008 recession. Trump is prone to that white hubris. So anyway, there's been a whole thing about this comment that Obama made about aliens, and I thought when he said it, it was actually kind of funny. But apparently, Trump is accusing Obama of revealing classified information, which actually made me laugh as well. So Trump directs U.S. government to prepare release of files on aliens and UFOs. So let's see what this video is about.
Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
What fucking classified information?
He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it.
Yeah, he just looks weird. So, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will direct U.S. agencies, including the Defense Department, to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files on aliens and extraterrestrial life. I'm not going to read any farther. I'm just going to go, yep, anything to distract from Epstein, tariffs, and Iran. So let's see, what else do we have here? Give me one sec. I've got a microwave timer going off. You know what? And in the meantime, let's play my favorite theme song. Yeah, jealous of Obama. Yes, he is. So let me play this right quick, and I will be back in like less than a minute. But I need to do better about, doing something entertaining.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well,
He saw it
I don't
on.
know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
Old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Well, that's what I do. I take supposed diss songs and make them my own. I bought that song. It was so good. So let's see what else we got here. And by the way, while I'm thinking of it, everybody, please make sure you have hit the like button. If you have wandered into this show and you're not a member, please consider subscribing, checking us out. And as people do every now and again, they will go, "This is not my cup of tea," and they will unsubscribe. It is an acquired taste. It is a boutique show, apparently. And it is now the weekend. Please, everybody. Please, please, everybody. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. There will be a show tomorrow, and it is going to basically be, a Black Historian Day, the third one this month. And we're going to be looking at stuff concerning the Black middle class, which I think in this Blackosphere, Black YouTube, you never hear from the Black middle class. You hear a lot of ghetto points of view. You hear voices from the hood, but you never hear from the Black middle class. And I am, a product of the quote Black middle class. And sometimes I just don't get some of the weird arguments that I hear on a lot of these panels. I have no reason to, display my street cred because I'm not from the streets. So we will be talking about that tomorrow. And let's see, what is this story? This is a large banner of Trump unfurled at the Justice Department headquarters. The DOJ has traditionally operated with a degree of separation from the White House to prevent its powers from being abused for political purposes. So this is what we got at the Justice Department. It's Trump with that little he should have really put his mugshot, but this is Make America Safe Again at our Justice Department. And I'm just hey, you got to give Trump credit for having balls. The dude has balls. So let's listen to this short article. Damn it. I thought I signed in. My computer skills, apparently, there we go.
Large banner of Trump unfurled at Justice Department headquarters. This article is written by Raquel Coronel Uribe and Ryan J. Riley and is read by an automated voice. There may be mispronunciations. A banner featuring a photo of Donald Trump and the words "Make America Safe Again" was hung from the Justice Department's headquarters in Washington on Thursday. in one of the most public signs of the president's influence over a department that once brought criminal charges against him. The Justice Department has traditionally operated with a degree of independence from the White House. That separation, however, has eroded during Trump's second term as the Justice Department has gone after his perceived political foes. We are proud at this Department of Justice to celebrate 250 years of our great country and our historic work to make America safe again at President Trump's direction, a DOJ spokesperson said when asked about the banner. Trump has proposed a number of projects and events ahead of the country's 250th anniversary, such as an IndyCar race on the streets of Washington. But the banner at the Justice Department does not mention the 250th and doesn't include the logo associated with the celebration. The White House referred questions about the banner to the DOJ. The Justice Department, now adorned with a portrait of Trump, once investigated the president. In 2022, then Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Jack Smith as special counsel to look into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents and his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The cases were abandoned in 2024 after Trump won the election, with Smith citing a long-standing DOJ policy of not prosecuting a sitting president. Trump denied any wrongdoing in the cases. Since taking office again, the Justice Department has pursued cases against some of Trump's perceived opponents, including former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, after Trump publicly urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to bring charges. It also tried and failed to indict 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military members to not comply with illegal orders, and has launched investigations into others like Minnesota Governors Tim Walz, the 2024 Democratic vice presidential nominee; Stacey Young, a Justice Department veteran under both Republican and Democratic administrations, who left the department last year and founded the group Justice Connection, said in a statement that the placement of the banner at the DOJ was shameful. Hanging that banner should put to rest any doubt that Donald Trump has hijacked the independence of the Justice Department. He, not the American people, is the only client DOJ's current leadership serves, Young said. The banner is the latest step in Trump's efforts to put his stamp on Washington and use its landmarks to exert his influence. Trump's hand-picked board voted last year to rename the Kennedy Center, to include his name in a move that prompted a lawsuit. Trump's name was also added to the facade of the Institute of Peace's headquarters, an agency the administration had quickly dismantled after Trump took office. At the White House, Trump added a Hall of Presidents to the West Colonnade with plaques that mocked former presidents Joe Biden and Barack Obama. For more news, go to NBCnews.com or download the NBC News app.
Sorry, folks. I'm running back and forth trying to shape hot dog buns. So I'm having me some kraut dogs for dinner. So let's see. What else? So Trump was in Georgia, I guess it was yesterday. My beloved home state. Trump visits Georgia, a target of his election falsehoods as Republicans look for midterm boost. So let's see what he was doing in Georgia. Let's see. Trump visits Georgia to promote the economy, but the state is central to his false 2020 election, fraud claims, and GOP takeover efforts. Let's see. We know all about the federal agents nabbing votes. Former Trump ally Marjorie Taylor Greene, who resigned in January, now attacks Republican leadership ahead of a March 10 special election for her Georgia seat. I'm still trying to figure out what was her motivation to leave early. So let's listen to a little bit of this. And by the way, this is my newest toy, the LA Times. I was thinking about just dropping the Washington Post now that Jeff Bezos is kind of taken over. Much like Trump in the Justice Department, Bezos is now more influential in what the Washington Post does. But I figured maybe I'll keep it, and then just I've never had a West Coast newspaper, so I'm going to try out the LA Times. Quite frankly, I like it better than the New York Times, at least as far as layout and kind of organization. It's less cluttered to me than the New York Times. So anyway, let's hear about Trump's visit to Georgia on my mind.
Trump visits Georgia, a target of his election falsehoods, as Republicans look for midterm boost, by Jeff Amy and Steve Peoples. This article is read by an automated voice, Atlanta. The White House insisted that President Trump was visiting Georgia to promote the economy. But in the opening minutes of his first stop at a local restaurant, the president raised debunked claims of voter fraud, talked up his plan to require voters to show identification before casting ballots, and discussed the recent FBI raid of election offices in the state's most populous county.
I want
They
to
came in, they took all those ballots. All those crooked ballots were taken, Trump said. And
yeah, all those crooked ballots is just like insulting voters. Trump's an asshole. However, I want to point out that I wonder if Brian Kemp, I mean, he must have been there. Yeah, Trump's a problem.
the Democrats are fighting like hell. They don't want anyone to see those ballots. Let's see what happens. He added, "We're going to clean it up." The White House has long said Trump would focus more on the economy, and he frequently complains that he doesn't get enough credit for it. But recent months have been dominated by other issues, including deadly clashes during deportation efforts in Minneapolis, potential military action in Iran, and his false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Trump's destination in Georgia suggests he has something else on his mind too. After his stop at the Varsity restaurant, he headed to a steel company in the congressional district previously represented by Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former supporter who resigned in January after feuding with Trump. There's a special election to replace her on March 10th. Trump, who was especially surly during his public remarks, also used his Georgia appearance to talk up his tariffs and rail against the Supreme Court, which is weighing the legality of his novel use of an emergency powers law to impose worldwide tariffs. "I've been waiting forever, and the language is clear that I have the right to do it as president," Trump shouted. He added, "The tariff is the greatest thing that has happened to this country." Meanwhile, new research tied to one of the leading banks in the U.S. showed on Thursday that tariffs paid by mid-size U.S. businesses tripled over the course of the last year. The additional taxes have meant that companies that employ a combined 48 million people in the U.S., the kinds of businesses that Trump had promised to revive, have had to find ways to absorb the new expense by passing it along to customers in the form of higher prices, employing fewer workers, or accepting lower profits. False claims of voter fraud. The Georgia visit comes less than a month after federal agents seized voting records and ballots from Fulton County, home to the state's largest collection of Democrats. Trump has long seen Georgia as central to his false claim that the 2020 election was stolen by Democrats and President Biden, a fabrication that he reiterated Wednesday during a White House reception marking Black History Month. "We won by millions of votes, but they cheated," Trump said. Audits, state officials, courts, and Trump's own former attorney general have all rejected the idea of widespread problems that could have altered the election. Some Republicans are now pushing for Georgia's state election board, which has a Trump-aligned majority, to take control of elections in Fulton County, a step enabled by a controversial state law passed in 2021. Board member and conservative commentator Janelle King said she was aware of calls for a takeover, but said Wednesday that it's just not something that we're looking to do without having all of the information. She said she expects to have a clearer picture once the FBI is done with its investigation, but she and the other two members of the board's majority said they had serious concerns about Fulton County, and we're glad to see the federal government get involved. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Trump was exploring his options when it comes to a potential executive order he teased on social media over the weekend, designed to address voter fraud. Trump described Democrats as horrible, disingenuous cheaters in the post, which is pinned to the top of his social media account. He also said that Republicans should feature such claims at the top of every speech. Scott Johnson of Marietta, a longtime GOP leader in Georgia who gathered at Coosa Steel Corporation in Rome, Georgia, to see the president, said the economy is a winning issue for us. He's not so sure that boosting claims of election fraud from 2020 is a good idea. I'm not concerned about relitigating the past. I'm concerned about moving forward in the future, he said. Green has not gone quiet. Trump may be distracted by fresh attacks from Green, once among the president's most vocal allies in Congress and now one of his loudest conservative critics. In a social media post ahead of Trump's visit, Green noted that the White House and Republican leaders met earlier in the week to develop an effective midterm message. She suggested they were on the struggle bus and blamed them for health insurance costs that ballooned this year. Approximately 75,000 households in my former district had their health insurance double or more on January 1st of this year, because the ACA tax credits expired, and Republicans have absolutely failed to fix our health insurance system that was destroyed by Obamacare, she said. And you can call me all the petty names you want. I don't worship a man. I'm not in a cult. Early voting has already begun in the special election to replace Green, and the leading Republican candidates have fully embraced Trump. Trump was traveling on Thursday with his preferred candidate, Clay Fuller, a district attorney who prosecutes crimes in 4 counties, and described himself as a MAGA warrior before Trump took the stage. Other candidates in the race include Republican former state Senator Colton Moore, who made a name for himself with a vociferous attack on Trump's prosecution in Georgia. Moore, the favorite of many far-right activists, said he's been in communication with Trump even after Trump endorsed Fuller, calling the choice unfortunate. I think he's the greatest president of our lifetimes, Moore said. Amy and
Of
Peoples
course you
write for
do.
the Associated Press. Peoples reported from Washington. AP writer Kate Brumback in Atlanta contributed to this report. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
Yeah, all right. Well, that went on longer than I intended, but my browser's locked up, so we'll give it a second or two. But yeah, it's been a while since I haven't been to Savannah since December. So yep. Um when I go down there, because I know by next week, Victory Drive, all the azaleas are going to be in bloom, and the pollen count will go up by about 10 times what it is right now. Uh when the azaleas bloom. But I don't know. My favorite part of Savannah is down by the cathedral, because I went to the little school that's next door to it. That particular square, and I can't remember which square that is, right? That the cathedral is on. Um, that is just like from there down to Jones Street. There's Clary's Drugs, there's Shaver's Bookstore. The DeSoto Hilton is kind of, in that area. There was a bar, I don't know if it's still there, I think it was called Mickey's. When I was older, that part, and when I was in school, it was Cathedral Day School when I went there. Dude, there was a candy store. There was a fucking candy store. Right on called the Surrey. It's not there anymore, but how could you have a better childhood? You're going to school, you go to mass every day at the lower chapel in the cathedral. There's a goddamn candy store on the corner. There is a great bookstore within walking distance. And then there was a Goodwill used bookstore right on the square. I got all kinds of books from there. And then there was Clary's Drugs. So, if we wound up getting dropped off to school a little early, my sister and I would walk up to Clary's Drugs. They had like a lunch counter, breakfast counter. They made breakfast. Like, we go we go in there. It's like, sixth and seventh graders and then seventh graders and eighth graders. We can go in there and fucking get, like a hot breakfast right there. It was fucking awesome. So downtown Savannah is magical. I miss those days. And my son and I last summer walked from Bay Street, from River Street up to the cathedral. And I won't do that again because it was, old. I had to sit down, on a bench like one time because it was a little bit of a hike. But I was trying to show my son, some of my old haunts, and he was much unimpressed. But you know what? I fucking love Savannah, and funny, you start loving your origin point more as you get closer to the end of your life. I think I knew when I was a kid that Savannah was a magical place, but I probably will wind up, dying there, which is kind of a grim thought on a Friday afternoon. But I miss Savannah, and the reason I'm bringing it up is my sister and brother-in-law are down there right now, and I didn't get to go, but so we go. And then so I hear my son has texted me. Apparently, he's going over to the University of Georgia because one of his high school friends has a birthday. And I'm like, yeah, okay. You know, be careful. At least it's not football season. Forrest Gump bench. No, that one, that bench, that was actually not a square. That bench, I think, was on Bay Street. So, if I recall, it's been a while since I've seen it. Yep, those azaleas on Victory Drive. There's like miles of fucking azaleas, and they pump out pollen, something ridiculous. So anyway, let us move on. What else do we have? So this is going to be interesting. A Virginia judge, a non-federal judge, blocks Democrats' referendum, a blow to redistricting effort over 4 U.S. House seats. I'm going to follow this story because I'm kind of curious how that's going to work. But I will say this: a state judge blocking it is going to be hard to overcome. It will wind up in the Virginia's Supreme Court, but I think Virginia is going to wind up going blue, and California is going to be able to basically neutralize Texas. So Virginia, yeah, we'll be okay without those 4 extra seats. And that concludes our news articles. Boy, howdy. Almost 2 hours and 45 minutes of news articles. Where else do you get this kind of boring news articles? At least in, on the shows that I'm aware of. Only here, folks. Only here can you be bored to tears by news articles. So I have 3 videos. I guess they're kind of all in the Black History Month theme, though they're covering different parts of it. So I'm going to start with this one. And this is a Well, I've known about her for a couple months now, but one of my internet I wish I could meet her people, the randy old man that I am. So let's see here. Let me reload this. And start at the beginning. Enlarge it. Start at the beginning. There we go. What's up, Yeti? All right. So this particular topic she wants to talk about what I have learned from Africans about blackness, American slavery, and Black Americans. I don't know if she learned all that from Africans, but let's hear what she has to say.
Welcome back. Okay, now living abroad, I've learned a lot about culture and everything, but I think one of the most impactful things that I have learned is about blackness from Africa.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere else, Yeti. If you want a good nap, come to this channel. I also want to point out, Con, if you're still there, look at the title of the show. I finally got around to your hilarious comment about a fetish for the atrocious, and I found the scary clown picture to kind of pair up with that comment. I thought it was hilarious.
Africans who live around the world. And I'm going to share what I have discovered and what I've really come to realize about being Black, about how Africans view American Blacks, as well as slavery and some of the history associated with Africa and American Black people. So subscribe, do all of the things, make sure you turn on notifications, and I'm going to share some really interesting things that I have learned. So go ahead, subscribe, like, all of those things. Set your notifications so when I'm dropping gems, you know. But I'm going to tell you what I have learned, and really the real truth that Black Americans are more American than they really realize. So let's chat. Now, there is so like I don't even know where to begin because I don't want this to be 3 hours long, but I'm going to tell you one of the things I've always heard was like Africans don't like American Blacks, right? They don't like African Americans. And it's an interesting point of view, but I think some of the history with Black Americans and our thought process is that, we were taken away from our home country, our home continent, right? And shipped off to another country. And basically, we all know the history. And there are sometimes contentions when Black Americans feel like Africans come to the States and they think that they're better than us. I don't know if that's just something self-perceived because the history with African Americans, Black Americans, and Africa is very heavy. It's very complicated. But I don't know. I will say that I know some of Africans and American. I've never really had any issues with any sort of feelings that they treated me with in sort of inferiority. Now, that's just my experience, and I know people have way different experiences, but there's an overarching idea there. And that Africans don't sympathize enough with Black Americans and their plight and what they've been through. After all, we were taken away from our motherland. Oh my goodness, like why we have so many mother issues, right?
I'm gonna be honest
We're
with
taken
you.
away from our mother.
Why the fuck? At least in my in my mind, I don't give a fuck what Africans think. It's like, why does it matter what they think? Now, she's in Italy, so she may actually run into Africans more than I do, say, here in small town Georgia. Who gives a fuck what Africans think?
Motherland, and we want them to recognize what atrocities fell upon us once we were gone. Now, there's all like, how can they do this to your people? And I'm going to tell you the overarching idea that I have gotten and understand from Africans is that we are not their people. Not to say we're not Black and not from African descent. However, slavery during this period of time, now, let's just say Africa has been around for millennia, okay? Like hundreds and thousands of years there's been Africa. During all of this time, there has been slavery. Before our ancestors set on American soil, there was slavery in Africa. Okay? There was terrible atrocities done to Africans by Africans. Now, the unique thing about what was happening to the ancestors of Black Americans is that these atrocities were being done simply because they were Black, simply because they were, white people were trying to control them on a whole different level, right? But those Africans who let those people take our ancestors away were paid well. That was what they did, and they did not care. They did not think anything of it because it is what one did during these periods of time. Slavery was commonplace. In fact, slavery in Africa was very similar to the slavery that ancestors experienced in the United States, right? Very similar. And not only was it brutal, there was also religious and ritualistic things that Africans did to their slaves. And they did not see those people as their people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so they were actually saying, this person is nothing like me. Even if we share the same skin, even like those things didn't matter. And that his attitude is very much centristic in Africans in general. Okay.
Okay, let me help this very uneducated point of view. Slavery in Africa was not racial. Okay, it was ethnic. That's why. God damn it. I fucking hate. And I'm not a historian. I'm not a sociologist. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm none of those things. But damn it, anybody who's ever fucking read a book on the topic will know that the slavery in Africa was very different. Slavery in the United States, slavery in the New World was based on an invented concept called race, which was based on skin color. God damn it. Why do these people put out this shit without actually reading a book? The cruelty is not the point. Slavery, the basis, the reason for it, totally different than how it worked out in the United States and other British colonies, in Portuguese colonies like Brazil. They built economic systems on the free labor that slaves provided. Africa, not so much.
They don't necessarily see a kinship between two Black people just because they're
No,
Black.
see, and let me
something
fuss farther because I guess I'm sinking into my Coors Light philosophy mode. No, Brian, I don't want stupid people speaking unaddressed. This notion, let me speak my stupidity, let me finish it, let me get it out, and then you can go back and correct it. No, you address stupidity at the time it's spouted. And she's just dead wrong on this. It's an uneducated point she's making. And she's not here on the panel. I can stop and speak over her anytime I want.
Very different in the United States. That's how we ended up making kinship, because of racism that was based on skin color. The things in Africa wasn't based on skin color. These people who looked like you would do these atrocities to you, and that was normal. So that kinship, when Africans see other Black people and they know that they are not of the same kin, they it's not a like, ooh, yay. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care. They truly just don't care. So that's one of those things where I think there's some carryover, and I mean, this is probably a different type of discussion, a whole nother discussion, but some carryover in the disconnect sometimes, I think, between Black people, because we were forced together to basically say, because we are the same skin color, we're having the same problems, we're family. And that was forced from by white people, because we had to be. But if we were in Africa, we would not necessarily have interacted with some of those people that we interacted with, after arriving in the United States, in America. So these are things like, when you start thinking of the mental development of Black Americans versus Africans, you can start seeing like why there's so much disconnect, because Africans don't even understand why we're still talking about slavery. They don't understand what slavery has happened. It had happened. It's done. You have moved on. Move on, because that's what they would have done, right? Like, when when times changed, things changed. And one of the most important things that I realized, that a lot of Black Americans filter their view of Africa from what we have learned from whiteness. And I don't mean like, oh, like there's poverty and people living in sand huts with flies around them, those kind of things. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that we see Africa as this vulnerable place, right? This place that white people have taken advantage of.
Okay, I'm going to have to
I'm
stop
not
this
saying
again.
that that's
God
not
damn it.
true, but we filter it through that.
Okay, she's doing a lot of the same things that happen on some of these effed up panels. What we is she talking about? Okay, I would be more comfortable with her saying we ignorant Black Americans who are too lazy to actually crack open a book and learn. Dude, whiteness is not inevitable. The quote whiteness point of view about Africa is not inevitable. Lazy people. Okay, and if most people are lazy on the topic, that's fine. But stop saying we. It is too easy to learn facts about a topic, and too many people, and I'm not even picking on her so much, but too many people on panels that I run into almost on a daily basis. Dude, you'll hear it on a panel, and because someone you trust said it, you take it for fact. And that's really a huge problem, because there's so much ignorance on these Blackosphere YouTube panels. I don't even like going on them sometimes. And that's why I wind up being so disruptive, because I'm like, nope, I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm just not going to let you spout this ignorance. If I let you speak, that's kind of tacitly saying that, oh, this is an authoritative opinion. No, ignorance is ignorance, and it should be checked the minute it escapes some dummy's lips. It should be attacked aggressively, and the person should be castigated. Ad hominems are part of my argument just because I like to hear reactions when I go, oh, gee, you're ignorant. Stop spewing the stupidity. At least that's what I'm thinking when I interrupt people.
Africans don't necessarily see that to be the case. Even the things that are happening today with like Chinese coming in and doing different things, a lot of them are like, you know what, the government has allowed it. Whether I agree with it or not, they are not doing anything more than what they're allowed to do. And that's the same thing throughout history. They sold Black people into slavery. They sold Africans into slavery to go to Americas. They made money on that, right? So it was a choice. No atrocities are ever done without the people of those people agreeing to it. I mean, the same things happen in so many different eras of time. And this is why I think because Africa has been around for a millennia, they don't even see colonization the same way as Black Americans see it. Because conquerors
Okay,
have come and
once
conquerors
again,
have gone.
and I hate to be rather dismissive, but most Black Americans that I've met don't know shit about colonization. Most white people, most Americans, let's just make it raceless. Most Americans don't know shit about America, let alone colonization in Africa or the Caribbean or South America or Asia. Stop saying we.
Right? America's been America since, they poured tea in the Boston Harbor and all that stuff. Like, America has been America. Canadians haven't come down at some point in time and turned everyone Canadian. And then, Russians came in and turned everyone Russian. And then America came back, like we fought for our freedom. Like, those things haven't happened. Those things have happened in multiple places in Africa. So, when white people invaded and white people won, that was a period in time. And now it's not that way anymore. Move on. Like, they are seriously evolved in this kind of mindset where, and I think it is because of history and long history, that you understand that power changes, things happen, and they don't see it as something that happened to them because they are African, because they are Black, because they don't see it that way. It's just, and that is because, guess what? A neighboring country full of Black folks could do the same thing that those white people did to them, or did to their country. There's no difference. So they don't see it filtered that way. Whereas Black Americans see that filter. We see that because of what our history has been in the United States, right? These are things that I'm going to tell you have changed my mindset about so many different things and helps me view Blackness, America, American Blackness through different filters. And I'm still working on some of those ideas, but what I have really what I've really learned is that a lot of the ways we think as Black Americans is because we are American. Simple, right? Like, we have adopted some of those supremacist ideologies simply because we are American. We see Africa as like, even Black Panther, right? There was the hey auntie, Killmonger. We were saying, a lot of people were interpreting that as like, hey auntie, I'm home, right? Because this is the prodigal son that they left in America, not to inherit his kingdom, not to get the things that he was rightfully born into. So a lot of interpret interpreted that way. And okay, sure, like, that's an interpretation. Africans would not even think in this manner. They wouldn't think. this way of ownership of something just because you weren't those people. Like you're not their people is basically what it comes down to, right? Like you weren't a part of anything, because what they would think is, if you were my people, I would not have done that to you. The ancestors would not have done that to you if you were their people. It's very, very simple that way. So our ancestors were not their people. We're not their ancestors' people. You get what I'm saying? So we are still in love with the fact that we feel like our mom abandoned us, right? The motherland, we were taken away. You know, our ancestors, and those ancestors were overpowered by white colonists. They just took some money for us and said bye bye because they didn't want us there. That was the whole thing. They did not want our ancestors there, so that's why they got rid of them. And we weren't there. They weren't their people, right? So, like that acceptance and understanding. And I'm not saying like you could go to Africa and have a beautiful life right now. That's not what I'm not saying you can't do that. But what I'm saying is that we have romanticized these concepts, ideas, and general feelings about Africa and the countries in it because we feel like we don't have a home, right? When the truth of the matter is, if we were truly African, America would be it. That's home, right? We're a descendant of people who were enslaved. However, that's not who we are anymore. And that's it. We make our life and everything. And so the other thing that I wanted to say, Black people often talk about Africans wanting to identify more with white Americans than they do Black Americans. And this is actually,
I don't know though. She talked about feminism as being more or less something that doesn't necessarily benefit Black women or women of color. I agreed with that point of view. This is one of her first videos, and she's been online for a while now, so I think she's grown. I'll just leave it at that. This might be her first video. Let's see, how old is this? I think there's been some growth there. This is 4 years ago. She's definitely gotten better, a little bit more solid with some of her cultural critiques. So I'm not gonna bash her because I think she is gorgeous. I think she is probably not as solid on some of this stuff, but I think her perspective, her thing is, hey, she lives abroad. She's an expatriate, kind of in that vein of maybe a James Baldwin, where she's talking about Black culture while living outside of it. Having been raised in it, she lives outside of it, and um, maybe it's a better perspective. I would say no, but I'm not that level of culture critic. So she has it all figured out. Uh, for her, she does, not for us. And it's kind of the same way with a lot of these, panels, the DJ Hamps, the Sharons. They you cannot, in my opinion, you cannot get good, say, relationship advice from a YouTube panel. I would almost say if it ever happens that you get good advice, it's like happenstance. It's not something that is going to be a regular occurrence. And I've talked about why I think that before. So let us move on. I think we've had enough of her. She is not ugly. That is for sure. So this is another lovely black woman. GOP analysts pan Trump's divisive attack on Black history. No idea what it's about, but let's hear it.
How about Nicki Minaj? Do we love Nicki Minaj? Right? I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. Herschel Walker speaking about loyal. How good a football player was Herschel? I would say there can't be a greater football player than Jim Brown. By the way, Lawrence Taylor, great friend. Lawrence, the great Lawrence Taylor. Muhammad Ali, who was a friend of mine. I put a picture of myself and Muhammad. It was another piece of work. You talk about a piece of work, but he could fight, couldn't he? Huh? Mike Tyson, boy, I tell you, Mike has been loyal to me. Whenever they come out, they say, Trump's a racist. You know, it's like a statement. Trump's a racist. Mike Tyson goes, he's not a racist.
It's like your drunk uncle at Thanksgiving going, oh, with the thing. And like, what are we doing? Like, what was that? Why would he think that based on his recent track record that any of that flies?
Because anybody who's accused of racism or homophobia or discrimination says, here, look at my black friend. Look at my Latino friend. Look, I actually have a Jewish friend. I can't be anti-Semitic. I mean,
like, I wouldn't want to be the intern that had to rhyme.
You know, my favorite example is a lot of slave masters. Like Jefferson was a racist, and look at Sally Hemings. You were always going to have your pet. I'm not a racist because my wife is black. You might just like her, but you might still be a racist. These people don't know how to think. And Trump is chief among them. Trump is the non-thinker in chief.
It was Black History Month. Mr. President, you told me to let you know when it was February. Yeah, I know. Get the podium out there. Let's get this over with. He didn't want to be out there.
Well, look, I
think
actions. I'm a big actions speak louder than words type of person. He may have all the friends in the world, but when he's trying to take slavery off of an exhibit in Philadelphia, that speaks very loudly.
So I'll address the first part, then I'll get to that. I think he needed to celebrate Black History Month. I'm not aware of any year from the previous term that he didn't celebrate it. And I think we'd probably be having a very different conversation tonight if it wasn't acknowledged, considering the history of Black Americans in this country. That said, the Pennsylvania thing is a bit concerning to me. I don't understand why this would be a priority for any lower level cabinet person focusing on removing exhibitions about slavery. There were some things I think about women's rights, maybe LGBT individuals as well who've made historical contributions. It's not necessary. It's very divisive. We have midterms coming up. We already know the economy is an issue that Republicans are struggling on. And the point that I'm trying to make here is when you've had a very diverse coalition, electorally speaking, in 24, you're going to...
Okay, look at him doing whataboutism as we speak. Drifting away from the topic into things that he's more comfortable with. This is 12th man, except better looking, younger, black, and better dressed.
Fragment that very necessary coalition of very persuadable voters that you need to turn out, because some of those folks may be frankly turned off by some of this.
And doubling down on that to the Obama video, it kept his reaction to it kept the story alive for far longer than it could have been. The buck stops at his desk. It shouldn't have been up. I made a mistake. It's gone. Instead, we lingered on it. And it's clear to me that one of the things that bothers Trump a lot is being called a racist. I don't believe he fancies himself that way. I don't think many people, at least folks in that room, I don't particularly think he is, although I have very much disagreements, just like Shemichael, about Philadelphia and other things. When he talks about criminal justice reform, I think he really cared about that issue. When he talked about opportunity zones, I actually really do think he cared about trying to bring prosperity into minority-heavy neighborhoods. I do actually think he cares about bringing crime down in those neighborhoods across America that he's trying to focus on. I do think he cares about that. I do think, however, he steps on those messages when things like this Philadelphia example.
Every black person he name-checked today is a celebrity. So my question is...
Well, no, there was a grandmother who lost her son to violence who spoke about it. Yeah. His criminal czar who was released.
They were featured speakers, but these are not people who are his friends. These are people who were there as scheduled speakers. Okay, well, listen. It's not that people say that Trump is a racist, it's that the housing department in the 1970s said he and his father were racist. It's that the Central Park Five, for whom he demanded the death penalty and has never apologized, think he's a racist. It's just that this week he used the death of Jesse Jackson to attack Barack Obama in the statement he put out on Truth Social. Barack Obama, who lives rent-free in his head. He has got a long track record. It's calling the countries that people like I come from shithole countries. It's saying that Haitians eat cats and dogs. I mean, we could sit here all night and trace back all of the racist things he has said and done through his lifetime, not just as president.
Well, and it's not just him. It's also Stephen Miller, and it's all of the people surrounding him. And one of the first acts that they did was make sure that they have a problem. They want everyone to know they have a problem with diversity. Diversity is what makes this country strong. It is what makes this country great. And the entire Republican Party wants to completely erase diversity.
That's not.
I mean,
true.
how many times?
The entire Republican Party, that's half of the country.
I will say the Republican Party goes out, or at least the core.
That's a logical fallacy.
At least the core of the Republican Party has been against DEI.
Do you not acknowledge that this anti-diversity, anti-DEI thing has been a core tenet of the second Trump administration?
That's not my issue. She said the entire Republican Party.
Or they're
that's
against
half
DEI.
Of the country.
I'm not
telling me half of the country is racist.
Fine, then I'm not saying that they're racist. All I'm saying.
Okay, see, this is where someone needs to go, yes, I will stand behind my opinion that half of America is racist, and it's because most Americans don't know what a racist is, but they are racist. And that doesn't even mean, dude, the only thing that is raceless in the United States is racists. There are black racists, there are racists, every color has people who are racist. It's only racists who are diverse. It's one of the weirdest things if you think about it. There are black racists, plenty of them.
If you think the anti-DEI thing is racist, that's
I haven't given an opinion on DEI. That's not my point. I just think we shouldn't be flippant calling half of the country racist.
I am saying they support. Hold on, but they support a president in this administration who is against DEI. I mean, that is just the reality. And I don't know how many times
you've worked with Republican.
I've worked with Republicans, and I don't know how many times even.
You think all of them are racist?
I am not saying they're racist. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying they are against diversity.
I'm very confused.
Hold on, I watched this. I want to go back to this diversity.
But I think when you say anti-diversity, I think most people would say, well, if you're anti-diversity, the larger point.
No, that's not what I said. They do not want diversity. They do not want diversity in their administration.
But I'm just saying,
end of story.
When people hear anti-diversity, I mean, I can just tell you, people typically think if you're anti-diversity, then you're probably a racist person.
But why? So then, hold on. So why does the president want diversity in his administration?
Trump, I don't know. I'm not Trump.
Well, why is the Republican Party for it?
Really important.
Did you hear that, dude? Oh no, I'm not Trump.
Statement that you just made. I mean, I'm not sure that even people would go that far. You just suggested that being anti-diversity is equivalent to being racist.
I think many people would say it that way.
Well, this is an administration who has been explicitly anti-diversity. The Department of Defense has banned celebrations of Black History Month.
But that's not my quarrel. My issue is
early in the administration,
the entire Republican Party racist.
I'm just saying.
Every single person that voted Republican.
Just to be
clear. Just like, come on. That sounds like BS, and I can't say what I really want to say, but that sounds like BS.
Just to be clear, this administration has been explicitly anti-diversity. We have gone
fine to be
line
critical.
by line.
That's fine to be critical of Trump. It's fine to be
through the
critical of the
government and
administration.
found
But you
the word
cannot cast
diversity and anything
aspersions
that has
against an
that
entire
tag.
party.
Listen, the vast
I
majority of
just
the
don't
party
agree with
supports
that.
everything he does,
Oh,
including
yes,
this.
you
Okay?
can.
And
Oh, young man. Yes. Look, my personal opinion is that if you tolerate racists or you accept a policy that is racist, you're a racist. And you know what? The same criticism could be leveled at me. I have friends on YouTube that are racist as fuck. And I tolerate these goddamn racists, so I'm a racist.
They did a great job of ticking off several things that he's done. What we shouldn't do is sit here and pretend that the facts aren't the facts, okay? Why isn't a flag at half-staff for Jesse Jackson? You wrote an amazing book about Jesse Jackson, who was instrumental in changing the way the Democratic Party pulled in minorities. And there's not a flag for this guy. So with all due respect, if you want to mince words about, was it all the Republicans, half the Republicans, three-quarters of the
Words
Republicans?
matter.
Hang
We
on a
talk for a
second.
living.
Hang on a second.
I mean,
The
come on,
point
words
is that it's very simple for the average guy and woman sitting at home. They look at a pattern of behavior of any human being and say, that's what that guy is. Trump has gone from 30% to 13.5% black voter support in the last year. Do you know why he's doing the slavery thing in Philadelphia? One more second.
I don't need to be lectured on
I'm not
electoral
lecturing,
politics.
but I should be able. The fact that you're an African American doesn't mean that I can't make this point. That's
I
not
never
fair. You're
said
trying
that.
to
Who
manipulate the
said that? I
conversation.
said
I'm
I'm
not
a
going to let you do
strategist.
that.
Who said anything
So what
about my
I'm
race
saying
meaning you
is,
can't make a point?
when he does all of these
That's your
things,
inferiority
when he does
complex,
all
not
of these
mine.
things, when
What
he
are you
does all
talking
of these
about?
things, just to wrap this up, when he does all of these things and people see it, he doesn't care in the second term because he doesn't need the black vote anymore because he's not running again.
Okay, let me help Chris M. Out here. When you say opinion, it is 100% of the time a personal thing. Even a Supreme Court opinion is an opinion about a law. All opinions are personal, dummy. It is by definition an opinion is personal. Dude, you need to fucking go back to your 9th grade English class and relearn the language. God damn, dude. Chris, why do people insist on flaunting their stupidity? Maybe you can help me out with that.
That's not
If he loses that black male vote,
Let me
if
let
he loses
Michael have
that Latino male vote,
Well, Anna's right about that.
He had historical numbers
Right.
that I couldn't
26,
understand, but he did.
47.
He had historical numbers with black men and Latino men.
That's changed.
And that has gone down a
true.
cliff because a lot of it is because these men who gave him a pass on a lot of things and thought he's going to be great for the economy cannot now overlook the racism they are seeing in front of their eyes. The Latino men who voted for him cannot overlook the fact of the racial profiling and the dragging of people that sound like them and look like them through the streets, and of the shooting of U.S. citizens who are Latino just because they happen to look like I do and Sochi does.
Sure. But I think also there's some economic issues. My point here is simply this. You can have whatever gripes you want to have with Trump on race. I'm not debating that. My issue is half of the country vote Republican. You know, a lot of people are Republican. Wait, let me finish, Sochi, please. And I don't like when you cast aspersions against half the country anymore.
Who gives a fuck?
November 13th, 1968.
Yeah, that was the end of that clip. So let me just comment on that. If you vote for a racist, you are a racist. It's as simple as that. So casting aspersions on 50% of the country, if half the country voted for racist Donald Trump, they are racists by definition. Aspersions or fact. If you vote for a racist, even if you don't agree with the racist point of view, but you agree because there's some policy issue that, is your is your cup of tea, you're still a racist. Voting for a racist makes you a racist. Supporting a racist makes you a racist. It's as simple as that. There will be people who don't agree with me, and that's perfectly fine. But you don't have the ability to argue away from the point. That's that. That half number ticking up slowly. Chris M., you must not live in the United States because you have you only someone who does not live in the United States would actually think that. Let's see. I feel like you would enjoy his work if you like Stanley. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I guess I will. Yeah, whose work? Amazon shopping. Yep. Amazon. The only billionaire that I approve of in the United States, even though I don't approve of what he's doing with the Washington Post, you're not taking my goddamn Amazon. So this particular video is Firing Line with Eldridge Cleaver. Believe it or not, all these old firing line episodes that I used to watch every Sunday morning as a kid are online now. The Hoover Institute has them all. So yeah, this is Eldridge Cleaver. So I don't know. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the show, please subscribe and kick the tires. Check us out. Let's see if you like the feel of the Corinthian leather. This is the internet's Cordoba. And probably Brian Nichols is the only one who will get that cultural reference. And it is the weekend. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. Someone mentioned Guinness Stout. Well, hey, contribute to the Sovereign Beer Fund so I can get some Guinness Stout for tomorrow's show, which is a Black Historian Day, and we will be covering the Black middle class, which no one ever talks about on YouTube. We don't all come from the streets. So we will explore that theme tomorrow. And it'll be around, I imagine it'll be around 2 p.m. or so, kind of the normal early to mid-afternoon time frame. So this is Bill Buckley and Eldridge Cleaver.
Firing line promo.
Oh my goodness. This is some raw footage.
This week on Firing Line, my guest is Mr. Eldridge Cleaver, and the subject for discussion is the Black Panther movement. Please tune in if you can.
Oh, wow. What's up, Ignat? Now, here's the deal. I was just looking at YouTube Studio. I was up to 296 and now I'm back to 295. I cannot make it to 300 no matter what. Someone is pissed off with something I said on some show and unsubscribed. And this is what happens when you have so few of your fellow subscribers. they are just like you tend to notice those small numbers. And let me see. You know what? I'm just going to play this through. This is actually kind of
November
entertaining.
13th, 1968, firing line, Cleaver.
I'm Lawrence Tickering, and I will serve as chairman of this discussion between Mr. Buckley and Mr. Eldridge Cleaver. The topic of tonight's discussion is the Black Panther movement. Mr. Buckley will introduce his guest.
Eldridge Cleaver is the information minister of the Black Panthers and...
Hey, Conn, I'm old enough that I watched a lot of these live. Well, not live, but they used to show them on the PBS station WVAN in Pembroke, Georgia. Used to watch them every Sunday morning. I think it was around 11 a.m. or so. And like I said, I was watching this in like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and definitely in high school. I don't know. I just found Bill Buckley really fascinating. So, yep. I don't know if I watched this one, on a Sunday morning, but it's kind of my political comfort food, old Bill Buckley.
Presidential candidate a while ago on the Peace and Freedom Party. Mr. Cleaver is extremely popular among the extremely dissatisfied in America, and although he makes much of the fact of his blackness, in fact, he has apparently much more support among dissatisfied American whites than blacks. And no doubt Mr. Cleaver will in due course explain why this should be so. He grew up in Arizona and California. In due course and after much deliberation, he chose criminal vocations, first as a trader in marijuana, for which he was arrested and served time as a juvenile delinquent, and then, when he was a little older, as a rapist, specializing in white victims. He was caught and sent to jail on a 14-year sentence, of which he has served 9 years before getting bail. While in jail, he educated himself and wrote the bestseller Soul on Ice, which is a catechism of sorts on Mr. Cleaver's personal ideology, which he defends most militantly as a Black Panther outspokenly engaged in revolutionary activity, the purpose of which is to change the face of America. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it consistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon. I mean, he is the chief pig, isn't he?
Richard Nixon is, at this moment, the pig waiting in the wings to take the place of the other pig that's on his way out. I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be assassinated. If anyone wanted to assassinate Richard Nixon, I wouldn't do anything to stop him. Not on camera, but maybe behind closed doors where I wouldn't be prosecuted for it. Perhaps I would encourage that. I don't see any reason for having Richard Nixon alive today.
Now, that being your point of view, does it sometimes surprise you that you are given your liberty? I mean, granted, you've been in jail a whole lot, but does it surprise you that you should be out of jail at all, especially when you consider this country doesn't?
It doesn't surprise me at all that I should be out of jail because I was sent to jail, I was convicted and sentenced to jail, and I served my time, and that's what the law requires. So I'm out, and I don't see any reason why I should be back.
Well, but you have described ours as an unjust society, which has no respect at all for the rights of its enemies, and you have just said that you would perhaps be grateful to anybody who assassinated the President of the United States. Now, under the circumstances, aren't you surprised that a society permits you to say that, especially one which you say is unjust.
Well, society permits a lot of people to say all kinds of things. See? So I'm not surprised about that.
Well, but maybe nothing at all surprises you about our society. Is that the idea?
There are a few things that surprise me. There are a few people in this country who show an undue, I should say, great courage and a great ability to struggle against what seems to be overwhelming odds. And this surprises me that people have the courage to confront this criminal society and then move to destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you be surprised if the society showed enough courage to lock you up and keep you locked up for so long as you were, in effect, encouraging the assassination of its public officials?
In the first place, you see, you're the one that posed the question in that particular manner, and I was just responding to that. But later for this society, later for its ability to lock me up, it's been trying to reincarcerate me ever since I've been out. They didn't let me out because they wanted to. They let me out because a lot of pressure was brought to bear, and at that time, they thought it would be the best thing to do. And since I've been out and gotten involved in the movement, they've been trying to put me back in jail, so that I'm not surprised at anything that they do.
All right, well, let's subtract the question of what surprises you and what doesn't, since it seems to be an unprofitable line of inquiry.
Definitely.
But let me say that I'm surprised that you should be surprised that I should bring these subjects up, because it isn't every day that you have a guest on your program who says such things as you say and reiterate. You're quoted as having said to the Barristers Club at San Francisco, quote, "I hope you will take your guns and shoot judges and police." The Washington Post, which is a liberal newspaper, describing the Black Panther newspaper as published here just a month or so after the assassination of Bobby Kennedy, which ran a drawing of Kennedy as a dead pig, photos of his Negro bodyguards described as, quote, LBJ bootlickers, and a flattering portrait of Sirhan. Now, it doesn't surprise you that this should attract public notice, does it?
No, because when we publish our paper, we hope that it will attract public notice. And the reason we first put the paper out in the first place is because we knew that people were interested in that. Yeah. So we're not surprised that that's true.
Well, what in the ideal society are the consequences, or ought to be the consequences, of such an attitude as you take?
Well, in an ideal society, my attitude would be unnecessary. An ideal society, I suppose...
Well, all the pigs would be dead.
All the pigs would be extinct.
Yeah.
People would no longer be in a position to function in a pig-like manner.
So therefore, the ideal society is merely one in which your ideals dominate, even if it requires the
I don't think that would be accurate. I think that an ideal society would be one in which all people would have a chance to bring their ideas to bear on the social process.
Yeah.
And not to be subjected to the dictation of any particular person or any particular clique of people.
But now, as I understand it, you have been rather impatient with people who fancy themselves as struggling to help the cause of the black people. I see that you recently said about Julian Bond that, quote, he is becoming a pig and might just end up being barbecued with the rest of the pigs. Yeah. Suppose we start by discussing what it is about Julian Bond that makes you call him a pig.
Well, it's like this. Let me say this. There are always political differences within any group or with any particular spectrum of the political scene. Just as you yourself attack people and cut them up in your magazine and on your program, this is legitimate also in our part of the spectrum. The things that we feel are constructive, there are tactics and approaches that we feel are detrimental to the cause. We feel that Julian Bond, as a member of the Democratic Party, is part and parcel of the machinery of oppression. We feel that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are criminal conspiracies against the people. And we feel that anyone who affiliates with them, supports them, speaks good about them, writes good about them, aids and abetting this criminality.
Yeah. Now, how would you agree to test your position? That is to say, is there any test to which you would be willing to submit it on the basis of which you might conclude that you were mistaken? For instance,
I'm not concerned about any laboratory tests. My position is being tested daily in the real world, and that's all I'm concerned about. Where the action is, it's being tested on the University of California campus. It's being tested in the black communities throughout this country, and it's not my individual position. It's the position of the Black Panther Party, and my position, the Black Panther Party position, one and the same.
Yeah, now, yes, I understand that. The question I'm raising is, if you say that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are engaged in criminal conspiracies to deny you and how many Black Panthers are there? 200-300?
4 or 5.
4 or 5, yeah. To deny them their rights. Would you be willing to change your position if an election were held, the result of which was a very substantial repudiation of your views by the people who engaged in this conspiracy? In other words, how can we ever find out whether you're right or wrong, or is it simply a religious feeling that you have, which is not susceptible?
The same way that we
to
find out whether the John Birch Society or the Minutemen or the mad right wing of the Republican Party is right or wrong. We see who will be victorious in the end.
When is the end? You're talking about a millennium from now?
If the Black Panther Party is totally repudiated by the community and it becomes extinct, then we will say that there was nothing in the community to nurture its growth. And the same thing would apply to any other particular political tendency. At the present time, the Black Panther Party is growing. We have branches all over the country, and we feel that we have more work than we could possibly do. And for the foreseeable future, it looks like there's going to be more of that.
Mm-hmm. I see. So therefore, you would concede that if the Black Panther movement did not grow, this would mean that it was mistaken in its premises?
Well, I'm saying that if the Black Panther Party, having had its program aired in the community, ceased to exist, this would indicate to me that the people were not willing to support it.
Yes, but the fact that people aren't willing to support it doesn't mean that it's not a good idea, does it? Or are you making that act of faith in the democratic process?
In the sense to see a good political idea, I would say would be one that was functional and one that could help the people and that the people would relate to, and the people would help to spread it and become part of it. A good political idea in a book somewhere on some shelf would seem to me to be non-functional.
This is definitely raw footage.
Well, I'm anxious, Mr. Cleaver, for you to elaborate on your ideas. And suppose that Julian Bond were in the room at this moment, wouldn't he, in all likelihood, say, but don't you understand, I am working within the Democratic Party. I have a considerable leverage within the Democratic Party. I have addressed as many as 50 million people at one time via the Democratic Party. What's wrong with that? How would you reply to him?
Well, if he would say that, what I would do is talk about the Democratic Party, its the various units, its history, and the fact that it's one of the chief instruments of oppression of the people. The Democratic Party is a national entity. It's composed of local units. It's infested with vicious racists, people who disenfranchise black people, who manipulate the political process, and who are in fact in power because they have usurped the political process. And the local unit, you may have a unit in some part of the country that is not involved in any oppression of black people because there are no black people in that particular area. But they add their strength to the national organization, and this means essentially that they will be adding their strength to the racists from both the North and the South who are actively involved in perpetrating laws that oppress the people and practices that oppress the people and carrying out criminal wars of genocide against the Vietnamese people and constituting the bulwark of imperialism and oppression all over the world. So I don't think that Julian Bond would be justified in supporting that, and he wouldn't have very much to say to me because he knows I don't want to hear it.
Well, how about Dick Gregory? Is he a pig too?
Dick Gregory, he's all right.
He's all right.
He's
Well,
a comedian.
But he's very enthusiastic about Julian Bond. Is he nevertheless all right?
Dick Gregory's all right with me.
Well, now he's very much against the war. So is Julian Bond against the war. Now, Dick Gregory ran for mayor of Chicago a couple of years ago. Do you think he should not have run?
He ran for something, New York. Did you run for the mayor?
Yeah.
Same bag.
A lot of pigs beat me.
Some pigs run faster than others.
Now, was Dick Gregory mistaken in attempting to what is this term you use, usurping the political process? What does that mean?
That means that there's supposed to be representative democracy in this country, designed and calculated so that everyone in this country can have his will involved in all decisions in that process. And that there's gerrymandering going on in this country. There's intimidation of people. There's been outright murder of people who attempted to express the will of black people. And that's what it means to me. People who have illegally and against the interest of their constituents moved to manipulate the political process for their own interests.
But you see, the trouble with your analysis is that you are always attempting to define the interests of the constituency instead of letting the constituency do it for itself. In point of fact, Dick Gregory was... Well, yes, but you're only one part of it, aren't you?
One part of it.
Other people count too.
There's no one who can say that any individual doesn't have the right to speak out and offer any definition.
This is something Ryan said. I asked him if there are more white anti-black racists than there are black anti-white racists. And for some reason or another, he thinks that I would disagree with him if he said there are more white anti-black racists. But the odd reason that there are, it's not just a matter of there are way more white Americans or Americans who are either racialized as white or they racialize themselves as white. It's because what a racist is not taught in K through 12 education. Most whites don't even know they're being racist. They are basically being trained at their homes and in school to be ignorant of what a racist is, and that is part of racism. Don't train your kids to know that some comment or something you're thinking might be a compliment is actually racist. Most of the white American racists in the United States don't even know that they're being racist because they're ill-bred. Lack of home training, lack of K through 12 training. They just don't know and are often surprised or hurt when it's pointed out that they're being racist. They get all fucking defensive, which, to someone my age is hugely amusing. I laugh when I point this out. But I also want to say a lot of black children are not being taught either. Again, lack of home training, lack of K through 12. I've had a couple black folks on YouTube get hurt when I tell them that they're fucking racist, which is even more amusing, to be honest. You would think black people would have the home training required to know that, oh shit, you got to watch out for this or that or the other. So it's a bunch of lack of home training, and it's by design. Trump brings this point home. They want to think that if you don't know what racism is, if you're not taught any of that part of American history, it'll just disappear on its own. And that's about the most dumb, numbskull point of view or policy you can have. So, Ryan, I agree. Whites are vastly more racist if you look at, numbers, but it's because America's a racist country, but it wants to pretend that race is not a big deal in a racist country. It is fascinating.
He's capable of coming up with. This is one of the things that I'm very much opposed to, that the power structure, the pigs of the power structure, seek to eliminate various people from the political process through various means, make them believe that they have no right to participate in it or to speak out or to define issues as they see them. I say that a wino stumbling down the street to Sacramento in front of the Capitol has just as much right as you or Richard Milhouse Nixon to express his political opinions and to offer definitions.
So what?
So that, I mean, you're saying...
Who's disputing that?
You just got to dispute.
No. I'm just...
You just got to saying that I'm one individual and therefore there's something wrong with me offering these definitions.
No. What I'm saying is that you don't seem to be willing to grant precisely that freedom which you theoretically cherish for people to decide their own political future. When Dick Gregory ran for mayor of New York, 2% of the black community there voted for him. 98% voted for another candidate. Now, wouldn't this suggest a rather overwhelming repudiation of the point of view of Dick Gregory by people he nevertheless understands himself to be
serving? It would indicate to me that the people who did participate in that election are in vast need of some political education.
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd get around saying. In other words, people will be voting correctly when they vote as you tell them to, or as you educate them to.
When they begin to vote in their own interest, when they vote in such a manner as to destroy Dawson's machine in Chicago and to destroy Daley's machine in Chicago, then they will be functioning in their best interest, because Dawson and Daley are part and parcel of the oppression that those people are suffering. So as long as they support Dawson in office and Daley in office, I can say that they're functioning in a politically wise manner.
No, again, let's however understand the consequences of what you have said, which is that until people get around to voting in their interest as defined by you, they are voting wrongly and are, quote, usurping the political process. I think it's important to say that because I have found in your literature...
I think it's important we make a distinction because it's not a case of me standing up and making definitions and calling on everyone else to coincide with my definitions. This is a matter of a tradition of struggle against a system of oppression. It's a matter of a heritage and perpetuating a heritage of struggle. And there is some consensus involved in that. And it's not contributed by any one particular person.
Well, no, I suppose you admit a few people into your deliberations, but nevertheless, they continue to be a very, very small minority. And I therefore must stand by my point, which is a sort of that there is the Marcusian edge to your thought, that people don't vote for their own best interests because they are constantly deceived, and that only a revolutionary experience will cause them...
I don't think there's any doubt that people are deceived. You have the pigs of the mass media who manipulate information, they distort statistics, they distort reports, essentially they distort reality so that people have their heads filled with lying and vicious propaganda, and they're in no position to really function in a realistic manner.
Well, now, why are you uniquely situated to have penetrated to this great national delusion? Why isn't Julian Bond as bright as you and as morally concerned as you and as penetrating as you? Well, what happened to Bond that corrupted his
I'm not
vision.
making any of the claims that you're attributing to me.
But there must be some reason for your vision, isn't there?
I don't claim to have any vision. See,
well, but you do.
This is what you're saying. So if you're saying this means you've made the assessment. So you tell me what you see in me that makes you draw that conclusion.
Well, I've read your book, and I see how you handle people who disagree with you. They're pigs, they're murderers, they're Nazi-like, they're everything.
Who disagree with me don't fall in that category. I have disagreements.
No, but everybody
people within
Reagan.
The Black Panther Party, and I don't call them pigs. I just say that they're mistaken, or I disagree with them.
All right.
But we define the pigs as those who are actively involved in the machinery of oppression. 3 categories of evil: avaricious businessmen, demagogic politicians, and the racist pig cops. These are the pigs of the power structure. And Julian Bond wouldn't fall in that particular category. He would fall in the category of all the other black Democrats who are involved in that. They're lackeys from the colony, helping the oppressors from the mother country carry out their oppression.
Now, would you argue that any effort of the kind made by, say, Whitney Young or Julian Bond or Martin Luther King or anybody to affect a reconciliation between the races is a waste of time, or is it also another enterprise in corruption because it retards the true revolutionary posture that you're seeking to cultivate?
I think that essentially what it does is helps to create a blind and violent situation. In fact, it has helped to create the situation that we're in today, because these men go behind closed doors with the businessmen and the politicians, the power structure, and they propose certain programs, and they force these programs off as being capable of silencing the dissent in the black community. And they don't work, and so that when the people move to rebel, it's directly a result of the failure of leadership to offer valid solutions.
Well, Martin Luther King advocated 3 specific pieces of national legislation, all of which were enacted into law. So if he were here, mightn't he say that, in fact, his agitation did help?
Well, he was here, you see, and he was agitating, and he had a particular approach to the situation, namely nonviolence, and he died by violence at the hands of an assassin, you see. Someone who opposed this program very actively.
Did you publish a prettified picture of his assassin as well as the assassin of Bobby Kennedy?
What kind of picture?
Prettified.
No, we didn't publish a prettified picture of Martin Luther King. We don't consider Martin Luther King to be one of the pigs of the power structure. He was moving against the power structure in a manner that we feel was not calculated to bring the power structure down.
Why?
Well, because essentially it helped to strengthen the power structure.
Why?
Because it functioned within the channels that the power structure can deal with.
In other words, anything that doesn't actually require a dissolution of the power structure is simply a form of perpetuation of tyranny?
Well, it's helping it to function, because Martin Luther King, when he first started his nonviolent tactics, they were new to the American scene. And because they were new, the pigs didn't really know how to deal with them, so that some gain could be made. But after repetition of this process over the months and over the years, the pigs have programmed it so that they were perfectly capable of containing it and limiting its effect.
For instance, where?
Where? All over the South.
Can you give me an example?
Pardon?
Can you give me an example?
Well, we could give you an example of his Poor People's Campaign. Poor People's March to Washington. It was a total failure, didn't bring down the power structure, and it resulted in a humiliating defeat for his forces, you see.
No, but the Poor People's Campaign was not similar to the techniques used in Montgomery, Alabama successfully.
Yes, but it was the same principle involved. The masses of people moving against the system, but moving nonviolently, and led by a Pied Piper who would sing sweet songs to the mother country. That's all.
You know, I don't remember. They didn't do commercials on TBS. Not exactly sure what these are. Not that I recall, anyway.
As a result precisely of feeding stereotypes, of which white racists, in fact, do encourage. That is to say, that your particular virulent brand of hate everybody is encouraging people who may be looking for the excuse to think of you as typical of their race. And they are most anxious, and in fact, in one particular case, most anxious that they be dissociated from you. Now, do you automatically assume that they are mouthing sentiments of that kind simply to ingratiate themselves with the power establishment? Or do you credit their sincerity?
Knowing what you represent, see, knowing what point you represent on the political spectrum, if you have some Negro friends in the movement, Negro leaders who are your friends, then I could understand why they would be hostile to me. Because,
well, Dick Gregory's a friend of mine.
It's the Negro movement. They say that I was set it back 10 years. It's my desire to eliminate it totally, because I'm involved in the movement of black people who repudiate everything about this system because it has been oppressing them. And anyone who would sit down and criticize that and call themselves the leaders of the Negro movement and confide to you that I'm doing all these bad things, well, I couldn't have any beef for them at all.
No, I shouldn't think that it would be logical if you would. But I said you. No, Dick Gregory did not tell me that.
Can you name
simply said he's a friend of mine. Yeah.
Who are the Negro leaders who told you that? I'd like to talk to them about that.
You might barbecue them, so I certainly won't release their name. I didn't ask you to assess their evaluation. I know that ahead of time. I'm asking you whether you doubt their sincerity.
I doubt their existence.
Yeah, well, then it makes it much easier to see how you come by your data if you doubt the existence of Negro leaders who despise you. Because in fact they abound.
Despise me,
certainly,
and bring their
anybody
to you.
And anybody who believes that rights ought to be had by everyone, even people who disagree with you, would have to despise your position. Anybody who, for instance, thought that an appropriate thing to do after Bobby Kennedy was assassinated was not to run a picture of him looking like a pig, would despise you. And that means quite a lot of people, you know. Bobby Kennedy had a considerable following in this country.
Bobby Kennedy was a pig.
Yeah.
Bobby Kennedy was part and parcel of the machinery of oppression of this country, and simply because he was assassinated, it doesn't change that.
Now, you say you have 400 or 500 Panthers, which would suggest that your movement, even though you believe it to be an incandescent one.
You said 400 or 500.
Oh, I said 200 or 300. You said 400 or 500 a moment ago.
No, it's 1, 2, 3. That's good. 4 or 5 individuals.
Have you got a quorum?
Is that a quorum? I think we can hold our quorum down.
My question was, is it likely that a year from now, or isn't it likely that a year from now, your movement will simply become one of those blips in footnotes of history books about the lengths to which California is prepared to go? Aren't you, in fact, a creature of the University of California?
No, I wouldn't say that's likely.
Well, this is what brought you to a lot of people's attention, the fact that you feature in a power contest between the regents and the student body.
I was trying to the first part of your question. You said, isn't it likely that a year from now we'll become one of these bleeps in the footnotes? Mm-hmm. I think that that's not true. I don't think that's likely.
Well, it is. It surely is likely, if only because the logic of your own analysis is that America, which is, quotes, a Nazi country, will move.
By the way, I guess I should have mentioned this. This was recorded in 1968, like November. So it wasn't too long after, it's 1968. So anybody who's talking about FBA or anything like that, this is like fucking this is like, well, excuse me, 57 years, 58 years ago. FBA is like a recent thing. So don't know why FBA would even come up in watching this video. Probably some ahistorical stuff.
Ruthlessly against anybody that really and truly challenges it, right?
That doesn't mean that
the
it would be
circumstances,
successful in destroying all the people who move against it, because there are millions and millions of people, whole nations of people all around the world.
But they all vote for Mayor Daley. We just reversed that ground, didn't
The
we?
people that I'm talking about did not vote for Mayor Daley, and some of the people who voted for him this time around might possibly be shooting at him next time around.
Well, they voted for Julian Bond. Where are these million people hidden?
I don't think they're hidden. See?
But why don't
they may be right out here? You know,
we're talking about millions.
Are all over this country.
No, I don't doubt that one at least.
The millions and millions of black people in this country are becoming united, they're becoming unified, and they're not worshiping at the shrine of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, and they're seeking an alternative, and there are people actively involved in preparing that alternative for them. And I think that it will be prepared, it will be presented, and it will be successful in joining with allied forces both in the white community here and around the world to destroy it.
An act of faith. I used to hear George Lincoln Rockwell saying the kind of thing.
Yeah, you probably heard a lot of people say things like that, you see.
And most of them have
happen.
mercifully passed from the scene, at least as potent figures. But what makes your own brand of your own ideology, I suppose, especially interesting, is that you are obviously a very competent man.
What do you see in our ideology that's so objectionable? You think it's wrong for people to want to kill their oppressors?
Well, I think that what's primarily at fault with it is that it fails to recognize, A, the human condition, B, how valiantly a lot of people work and have worked over a period not merely of months but of generations, back when you were raping people in order to try to affect
I didn't rape a generation. I raped for 2 or 3 months.
Well, yeah. Let's say past some of your victims considered as a generation, and that these people have been diligently working to try to construct a better order. Here you come with a blowtorch, calling people like Bobby Kennedy and Julian Bond pigs, and it seems to me that to approach with that kind of rhetorical edge a tender situation is to do it very obviously a spectacular disservice.
Well, I think that that's incorrect. People struggle, they contribute what they can, and when they can no longer cope with the situation, I don't think that people are bound to carry on their tactics just because they were active for all these years. There have been all kinds of people coming in and offering their efforts, and when they finish that, they pass from the scene. And that's all they have coming. They don't have the right to expect other people to stop the movement and not go forward simply because there's a need for a change of tactics.
No, there's always a need for a change of tactics, or at least for refreshing oneself concerning the necessity of new tactics. For instance, in New York, there are a lot of people, I think, who nowadays saying what only the right wing was saying a while ago, which is that the labor unions effectively block black people from entering the construction trade unions. There are those who are calling for black capitalism. There are those who have enough faith in the Negro people to subscribe to the doctrines of Nathan Glazer and Patrick Moynihan, that they must be given a chance to exercise black power. Now, all of that is in motion, and many of these tactics are new, and many discoveries are being made which directly benefit people in very concrete ways: education, jobs, housing, medicine, and the rest of it. But you simply want to reject the whole of it as pig hypocrisy.
Yeah, I think that it is hypocrisy. I don't see any prospect of these people who, on the one hand, are willing to drop bombs on the Vietnamese people who are struggling to control their country, and then coming here with their wars on poverty, trying to turn black people into black capitalists, when in fact it's the capitalistic system itself that has to be destroyed because it is the mother of all this oppression. The same situation that your people found themselves in when they came here and that other ethnic groups have found themselves in, we find ourselves in that position. Plus, we find the descendants of those ethnic groups that first came here now part of the power structure and actively involved in oppressing us. And they've united against us. They closed the doors to the melting pot against us. And so we can't do anything but step back.
I don't understand why you say that, because it seems to be
because it's true,
clearly not
because
the case,
history shows that it's true.
It seems to be clearly not the case. Look at Julian Barr. Look at the daughter of Dean Rusk.
Well, look at Machine Gun Kelly, and look at Al Capone.
All right, well,
and look at the Molly Maguires, and look at Sacco and Vanzetti.
Sure.
And look at the Irish people when they came over here and what they had to go through at the hands of Anglo-Saxons, and how they had to struggle.
Everybody has to go through everything.
And how they had to struggle, and they resorted to violence, and they moved up the power structure. And here you are now talking over TV justifying all that.
They didn't do so by the use of violence. The Jewish people in New York did not use violence in order to certain stuff. No,
every ethnic group that ever came here used violence.
Well, this is a historical generality which could be said about everybody. What has the white structure done to impede progress in Liberia?
Created Liberia.
Well, but this was the Black Power call of 100 years ago, isn't it?
This Liberia is owned and controlled by Firestone, and we all know that. It's nothing but a plantation, and the people there are
Why
the
have they
slaves
committed
of
it,
America.
the Liberians?
Why they committed it? Committed it for the same reason that I'm tolerating this shit right now, because they have guns, and they have planes, and they have bombs, and they force people, and they find bootlickers and Uncle Toms to perpetuate their game. And the people don't endorse it. And when they find the means of organizing against it, they're going to run Firestone out of there and take control of that country.
Well, now, how do you account for the workings of the power structure in the Soviet Union, since that's not a capitalist society?
Isn't it?
No. Oh, it is a capitalist society.
That's what I read in the capitalist press. They say that they're cementing relationships with the Soviet Union. The premier of the Soviet Union sent a message of congratulations to this racist pig Nixon when he was elected. I would say that they're chummy and buddy, and that's unfortunate.
What? A question here from this hearing.
Mr. Buckley, when you
A little louder, please.
when you opened with your address, you stated that Eldridge Cleaver's following consisted largely of that of dissatisfied whites. And I'd like to know what led you to this conclusion. It would seem to me that you're saying that Eldridge is just possibly not a leader of black people.
Oh, I say it emphatically. I don't think he's leading all black people.
And why is that?
Oh, because his notions are so absurd, that's why. And black people are not absurd.
But it stands, from looking at the black community, that most people support what Eldridge Cleaver says.
On the contrary, if you think that, you don't know anything.
But I live in the black community.
I gave you an example
and
of
I'm
Dick
aware.
Gregory. I gave you an example of Dick Gregory ran for mayor of New York and of Chicago and got only 2.5 to 3% of the Negro vote on a program far less virulent than Mr. Cleaver's. If he had went on that program, he probably wouldn't have gotten 3 votes.
But that you're comparing the difference between two different people. Dick Gregory is one person and Eldridge Cleaver
Yes,
is
and Dick
another.
Gregory has a much larger following than Mr. Cleaver.
Well, see, sister, you have to realize this, that it's been traditional. The white men have been able to tell us what's going on with us, and we don't know.
That's right.
We don't know.
That's right.
You should not know, and you're certainly proving it.
But how can you make an assumption that we don't know when we are the people who live within that community?
I read the press, and...
But the press is not an accurate account of what goes on in the black community.
Look, if I pick up a newspaper, the newspaper says, Mr. Cleaver addressed a group of 1,000 people today, of whom approximately 85% white. Should I dispute that? What is the press trying to put over on me by saying that? Because obviously it's rather embarrassing to white people to have that many people present at elections, Mr. Cleaver. It would be like attending a Nazi rally.
I don't think that, that's the issue, because, how can you regard what the press says as completely true.
I don't.
But you're basing your conclusion that most of Mr. Cleaver's following is dissatisfied whites.
No, because there is a correlation between internal plausibility and what the press says. If the press says, and what's more, Mr. Cleaver got the biggest hand when he set Buckley for president, I would doubt the press. But since there wasn't anything that outrageous said, I see no reason to suppose that that reporter has designs on my gullibility.
Well, had it ever occurred to you that, for instance, when Eldridge gives a speech somewhere, you take into the account how many black people can come to those speeches. They are usually during working hours, and most black people just don't have time. They're too busy making their living to take off from work to go to hear his speeches. So therefore, what you have is a lot of white people who have that time, who can come and listen to Eldridge. And that would account for the large number of white people in the audience.
They had plenty of time to listen to Martin Luther King, to listen to Julian Bond, and to listen to even Adam Clayton Powell Jr., so I think that's sort of a phony excuse.
No, it's not, because if you take into account Martin Luther King, most of his speeches were given in churches at nighttime when people were off from work and could come to his speeches.
Mr. Edwards, do you have a question?
Well, yes, I think one thing, I'm afraid there's a fair amount of distortion going on. I'd like to ask Mr. Cleaver to talk about some of the goals of the Panther movement. And since I assume, perhaps Mr. Cleaver won't agree, that there has to be some sort of structure in the long run, I would like to ask him what he envisions the structure to be after the revolution.
If revolution would be successful in this country, first of all, I would envision a complete absence of the capitalistic mode of doing things. I mean, the profit motive, turning the resources of the earth into private property so that individuals and cliques of individuals can derive the benefit from the production, while the people who are really the backbone of production come off short. And millions and millions of people are left completely out of the process altogether. We want to eliminate that system, and for it, substitute one that will be based on the principles of socialism that would recognize the true condition of the planet, that all of us come here the same way. We come here naked. We don't come here with deeds of trust and blue chip stock in our hands. We come here naked on an equal basis, and we have therefore an equal right to access to all of the things that we need in order to survive on this planet. So that we want a system that recognizes that and that is structured in a manner that this can be produced and provided for the people.
Is there any system in the world right now that you could point to and say, this is much more what we want?
I think that all of the countries that are moved into socialism and that are trying to construct a socialistic system are far superior in its essence to this decadent system that we live under here. And I would not exclude any of them, even the ones who would compose the right wing of the socialist movement around the world. I would say that they have at least taken a step to enact basic principles of socialism. And I would say that's better and far more acceptable than this gangsterism that's going on here.
Ms. McInerney?
Yes, to get back to the question of your following, Mr. Cleaver, in the white community. In your book, Soul and Ice, you mentioned that for the first time the black community could respect a group of white people, and this being the white student liberals, the upper middle class students who are rejecting their value structure, the ones they were brought up under. Now, is the respect that you're gaining from this community something that you are working for? Are you valuing it? Are you trying to build up a constituency of mere numbers?
I'm not trying to build up a constituency. I'm trying to work with people, whoever they might be, who are sincerely interested and who show signs of breaking with the heritage of this country, and who realize that white supremacy, the domination of white people over the other people of the world has come to an end, that the people of the world are no longer going to accept it, and they're looking for ways of getting out of that. And when I see people who are struggling to do a good job and to change things, I lean over backwards to work with them. And this is the reason that I participate in activities or make speeches in the white community, because I find that there are great numbers of young white people who feel about the situation the same way I feel. They want it to end, and we're willing to talk to them and have a dialogue to try to come with some solutions to this problem.
Don't you really think that they're patronizing you, Mr. Cleaver? Because I really do. In other words, things are worse in one respect than you feel.
You say they're patronizing me?
Yeah, they're patronizing me. They think,
here's a member of my class right here.
Yeah.
Miss Debbie. There are a couple more members here, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 back there. And I don't get the impression that either I'm patronizing them or that they're patronizing me.
I wasn't asking about your impression. I'm giving you mine, which is that they are patronizing you. And the reason they're patronizing you is because they think it's so daring to get out and listen to somebody who speaks this kind of thing. I have no doubt at all. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
I think that's an insult to the intelligence of these people.
Oh, no, as a matter of fact, a lot of intelligent people consider this simply a sensation. And I have absolutely no doubt that when Hitler's following was no larger than yours, there were people who considered him a very considerable moral theorist. And so
I think that
and the more people
you're following, the people in the Republican Party who worship you and who read your disgusting magazine, the National Review, I think that they're the ones who are alienated from reality. I read some of your stuff this morning, you know, and well, it seems to me that it's criminal, and I think that that's far more worse than rape. I think that you're raping the minds of the American people, and I think you're raping the future, and you're murdering the future, and everything that the Republican Party is involved in, and everything in the National Review, I think is detrimental to the people of this country.
This is music to my ears, Mr. Cleaver. There's no higher ambition I have than to be represent exactly the opposite of what you represent.
I'm glad to be a service.
And I think I've achieved it. I know you have.
Sure.
But as I say, I do think that you have a special brief against certain white liberals who do patronize you. They think, look, how I'm associating with a great big live radical. He calls Bobby Kennedy pig. Whee, isn't that exciting? He called Bobby Kennedy, and he utters obscenities in front of 2,000-3,000 people, and whee, isn't that exciting? There's a lot of childishness in it. I have no doubt that they will grow up, and I have no doubt that maybe you will too. But meanwhile, well, let's assume that that's a universal act of faith.
Yes, a universal act of repudiation of what you're spouting now.
No, I don't doubt.
I want to cut that out.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you be sure and watch that and see how we cut that out, right? And all of the other eloquent things you said. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, we have another question here, Mr. Barry.
Mr. Cleaver, getting toward the Black Panther Party platform, it espouses in the final point, humanity, peace, freedom. Point 4 states all black men should be exempt from the draft. I'm wondering if you would mind commenting on that, what your rationale behind that is.
We feel that there's a glaring contradiction involved in black men responding to a call issued by a pig like General Hersey, who had the audacity to endorse George Wallace for president, if you recall. General Hersey is
I don't recall, as a matter of fact.
Excuse me, can I ask the man's question?
Yeah, well, you said if you recall. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Anybody recall that? Yes, you did? Well, because they were crooked. I was just instructed not to do it. Go ahead.
The National Review didn't support George Wallace. But General Hersey, you see, is head of the Selective Service System. And he's the one who sends out these greetings to these young black brothers. And what I'm saying is this, that this country is a racist country. It's oppressing black people. And it's the enemy of black people, the system. And that black people should be here in this country fighting against this system and not over in Vietnam fighting against the Vietnamese people who are also fighting the system. I say that what they're doing, the black men who go over there and fight, they're helping to tighten the yoke around their own necks and around the necks of their people. So that I don't think that any man should belong to an army or fight for a country that's destroying him and his people.
You were saying, Mr. Cleveland.
I say that contrary to the propaganda of the pigs of the power structure, the Black Panther Party is a responsible organization, not responsible to the pigs, but responsible to the people. That it was organized by our Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton, and our Chairman, Bobby Seale, and has a program and a platform designed to cope with the problems facing Black people in the Black community. It's not a racist organization. I've been called by the National Review the Go-Go's of the Black Liberation Party, of the Black Panther Party. And all of this is an attempt to undermine the party or to give it a bad presentation to the public.
That's right.
And I say this, that the people in the area who have bothered to check out the party, I'm talking about white people, Mexican-American people, American Indians, Chinese people, they've checked this out, they've contrasted us with other organizations, and they enthusiastically support us and associate with us. And we're very glad to be able to do that because we feel that we are making a constructive effort and that our program is designed to do something for the Black people. And we feel the Black people will support it and that the party will be able to make a significant contribution to progress and to the liberation of all people, including Black people.
This hearing has another question.
Eldridge, I would like you to ask Mr. Buckley if he can explain the format of the Molly Guire, incident, that Irish group that was formed in 1877 against the English.
Under ordinary circumstances, I think that that would be a good question to put to one of the descendants of the Molly Maguire, you see.
Mm-hmm.
But this particular one, I would be reluctant to put any question to him because I'm quite sure he's capable of twisting it in such a manner as to turn it against you or to turn it against whoever answers the question. Ask the question.
So, am I to proceed as though I was not asked? Do you have the question, Mr. Edwards? We have only a minute left.
Well, yes, I do, but it might take more than a minute. I guess it can't. In the University of California, Mr. Cleaver, there's been quite a hassle there over recent months. You talked earlier about the press not representing it, and yet it seems all over the nation that they're objecting. The reason the students are supporting the university and the conflict is because you're lecturing. Do you think this is the case, or is it because of the way they tried to keep you from lecturing?
I think that the students in this country, on the campuses all over this country, recognize that those who are in power in this country are in position to take control of the universities. They sit on the boards of regents, on the administrations, and they have turned the universities into weapons in the war, or the Cold War, or into the struggle against their enemies. And they're programming these people in a manner that they don't appreciate, and they're moving to get some student power so they could have something to say about
Well, that's the end of that fun. I see. For some reason or another, this firing line episodes just got like Ryan Bardwell and some others up into a tizzy. I felt the tension you were feeling, Ryan. I know Eldridge Cleaver just kind of rattled your cage. But like I said, this is history to me. This is literally 58 years ago. I have no side. I have no boy. It's like reading a history book. So let's do this. And I am going to wind this sucker down, especially since no one wants to come up and participate in this foolishness. The title alone, I haven't watched this video, but it says the title is Americans Actually Dislike Each Other. The unsavory truth behind the data. Gotta watch it.
Drew Keen, welcome to Keen on America the daily show about everything that matters, with the world's leading commentators and thinkers. Hello, everybody. As our year is rapidly ending, what does the data tell us? And what might it promise for next year, for 2026? To do that, I invited a data scientist onto the show. Andrea Jones-Roy is a podcaster, writer, former professor at NYU. So to begin our conversation with Andrea, I asked her what the data tells us about all the stuff we're obsessed with: healthcare, immigration, divisions in America. What it tells us about what really happened in 2025.
And I can't think of a better way to wrap up the year than to talk about data, but I'm a bit biased in that assessment. You know, I'm excited that you brought up all those different types of divisions, because the data is quite mixed depending on what sort of division we talk about. But the answer for pretty much all of them is it's not really the way that we talk about it. So, for example, most of my time I think about political divisions, and we are divided politically in the sense that people on the left in the US, which usually are Democrats, and people on the right, which almost always are Republicans, we don't like each other. We don't trust each other. We accuse the other side of being closed-minded, hypocrites. Both sides say this to the other side. But if you actually break down many of the important issues, Americans are not that divided. If you ask sort of separate from charged partisan sort of language, if you just say, hey, what is your stance on immigration? What is your stance of the role of church in schools? What do you think should happen with X, Y, and Z policy? Most Americans are actually in the middle. We just assign these labels to us that the minute you hear that label or you hear a certain name, then we are charged emotionally. A lot of researchers call it affective polarization. So we're divided, but we're more divided on emotion than we are actually.
Andrea, whenever anyone brings up the data on my show, and I don't mean this as a critique of you as a data scientist, but
it's all right, bring it on.
A light bulb always goes off in my head. I hope I've still got some light bulbs in my head, suggesting that if someone says the data proves this or that, it usually means that it doesn't, or it usually means that they're not entirely convinced. And of course, my assumption is that somebody can always find data to make any argument. Is that a fair observation?
It is a fair observation. And in fact, I generally try to steer away, both in my own speaking and when I was teaching, I would advise students on this, is we don't really like to say things like the data says or the data proves. I prefer language like you can see from the data or there are trends consistent with. I'm not always perfect about that myself, because you're absolutely right. We can confirmation bias our way through a lot of things. And that can look like just cherry picking pieces of data that are consistent with the story we're trying to tell or that we're trying to persuade people on. It can also mean ignoring pockets of data or being more critical of that data than perhaps we fairly should. That's not the same thing, however, as saying there is no truth or there's no way to know everything, let's throw it all out. Generally speaking, and this is not great in a world where we have breaking news and headlines and push alerts and attention spans that aren't particularly famously long. But in general, when we're trying to say, what can we learn from data about anything, whether it's politics or climate or social issues or medicine or whatever, is it takes a long time. And it takes a lot of research, and it takes a lot of researchers, whether they're formal academic scientists or in a lab or in a company, all hammering away at the same problem and asking again and again and again and again, what are we missing? What are some other ways to look at this? So for example, the data on polarization, I just summarized what is probably about 30 years now of researchers saying, gosh, we feel polarized. Are we polarized? How many different ways can we look at this? And it was decades before anyone said, oh, maybe it's the emotions more than the issues themselves. And so you're absolutely right. I think we've done a disservice as data scientists, as quantitative people, giving the impression that data is irrefutable. I think that is a faulty way to go about talking about this stuff.
One of the pieces you wrote, intriguingly, was that we don't actually disagree, and you just suggested this. We just dislike each other. Maybe that's what the data tells us.
Well, we can learn that. I think the overall story that's more compelling from the data we have is that it's much more about dislike than about disagreement.
So that's what the data.
Yeah.
So the data tells us that we actually dislike each other personally as opposed to disagreeing, whereas the common assumption is that we like each other when we talk in a room, when we don't know what the other person's saying, even if we disagree. So you would turn that assumption on its head.
Well, it turns out that if you put a bunch of people in a room, and this is increasingly difficult to do because one of the other things that we're finding in the research on this is that while our views are not necessarily further apart, it is the case that it used to be such that I might be a person who's largely on the left, but I hold some conservative views, and someone who's largely on the right might hold some liberal views. It's less likely now that we have that kind of crossover. So while we're not necessarily on balance more extreme when it comes to abortion or immigration or government spending or you name it, guns, etc., it is the case that we're less likely to have points of commonality. And so I go into that to say that if we do say we put 20 people in a room and we say, okay, talk about American politics, even if I don't know what someone's views are, you haven't come in with a big like donkey on a button or a, pro-Obama sticker or anything like that. The minute you announce your views on the Second Amendment, the minute you announce your views on abortion, I, at least in the United States, will very quickly make a strong assumption that your views are therefore different from mine on every other issue we might talk about. And so if you're in a very kind of carefully constructed environment where you're mostly talking about things that aren't politics, we're all going to get along just fine. The challenge now is that once you find out where someone stands on one thing, it's very easy and you're almost always going to be correct in terms of when it comes to how they land on everything else. And that's when we all get angry again. So if there is a way, and there are facilitators who do this, I've actually been talking with someone who's using AI facilitators. AI has lots of problems, but one promising area is an AI facilitator that actually brings people from different sides to talk about the issues in a non-charged way. Once we can get our identities out of the way, we can actually have constructive conversations. But so it's hard to move that emotional piece out of it.
Speaking of AI, of course, it's one of the issues that people most distrust. And if you had two people in a room, perhaps a Bernie Sanders leftist or quote unquote leftist and a Steve Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene style conservative, they would actually agree in some ways on more than they would disagree, especially when it comes to the threat of big tech and the role of American capitalism. So the left-right axis doesn't really work anymore, does it?
It can work on certain issues, but you're absolutely right to challenge it. So we've definitely oversimplified it into saying, oh, I'm on the left, I'm on the right. Originally, that left-right was really much more about economics and how much we should see the government involved in spending versus not. And that used to largely represent the left-right. And I don't know if you remember, but I had to be reminded that back in, the distant past of, say, 2008, when Obama was running for the first time, there was a lot of talk of like, well, I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. And we at least had two axes back then. And even then we said, well, that's obviously not enough. There's more axes than that. So you're right. I think the left-right axis, it's a convenient one. It's one that is useful for a lot of, shorthand discussions, but it certainly doesn't capture the full range of beliefs that we might have. And in fact, that's exactly part of the issue, is that it used to be the case that I might have a lot of commonalities with someone, say, economically, but maybe not socially, but we could at least agree on economics. Right now, what we're seeing that divide in terms of, we're not further apart, but we have less of like kind of a mesh. Like, where are the fiscally conservative Democrats? We don't hear from as much. And the socially liberal Republicans, we don't hear from as much. Like, those were the people who kind of held the conversations together.
Perhaps
and there's certainly more dimensions than that.
They're playing bridge in their country clubs.
That could be.
Andrea, what does the data tell us on the T word, on trust? I mean, again, one of the common assumptions is that the trust barometer, which gets issued every year by my friends at the Edelman PR company, is always going down. One wonders whether it'll ever get below zero, because it must be hovering just above it at the moment. Does the data tell us that nobody trusts anything or anyone anymore? And what implications does that have to a data scientist like yourself who's always wanting to get behind the data? Who's going to trust you? Why should anyone trust Andrea Jones-Roy any more than anyone else?
I think you're asking a couple of very good questions. And my hope is that nobody, for me anyway, no one should have to trust me. One of the things that I'm perpetually working on is trying to convince other people that they too can look at the data directly and draw their own conclusions. And I mean that in a real rigorous way, not in a quote, I did my own research and therefore confirmation biased my way to the conclusion I started out with. But I genuinely don't think that we should be relying on trust when it comes to making sense of, say, scientific research, making sense of trends and data. I think that we are all perfectly capable of learning how to be literate and how to read those things and say, oh, okay, this is the claim, but do I see data, and really make a good faith effort to try to get to the bottom of it. That might be wishful thinking, because a lot of times, we're not all going to sit down and go back into the original source data, and we also don't have time for it. So that does bring us to the value of trust in a society. And for a long time, we used to see much more trust, as you said. And what do we mean by trust? Well, we mean a couple of things, and the trend looks a little different depending on how you define it. But if you some of the common ways that it's asked are things like, if you think about trust in government, you think one of the questions is something like, I believe that the people in power in Washington ultimately want to do the right thing for American people, or they ultimately want to do the right thing for the country. And that number has just been plummeting. But we do see trust, in terms of what we call in political science, what we call elite cues. So who I'm turning to for information. But we've seen a transfer of that trust away from people like political leaders to, say, podcasters like Joe Rogan, or television, op-ed news personalities, people like that. And so it's not that people aren't trusting per se. It's that we're changing who we're trusting, and we're trusting different people. And the one maybe indicator that people on the left and people on the right, or people on the whatever axes and dimensions you want to think about politically, Americans generally, we agree on our decreasing trust in formal traditional government. But that doesn't mean we don't have trust in other things. But back to my original point, I don't know that I would like there to be some trust. It kind of makes life easier. But if we're not going to trust, then I say let's at least make sure that we're informed and not just drawing whatever conclusion we want.
I don't want to turn this into just another boring conversation on Donald Trump. But it strikes me, given what you've said about people no longer trusting politicians, Trump seems to have done everything, or does everything he can, to convince people that he isn't a politician. Everything that comes out of his mouth is either against politics, other politicians, even within his own party or supposed party. And he's defining himself as the Joe Rogan of American politics. So does the data tell us that the most trusted people are the most rebellious, the Joe Rogans, the Donald Trumps of the world, the Steve Bannons, and on the left, others who question the very system that we all live in?
I mean, I do think that there's a lot to be said about the power of outsider views at this point. I think people on the left and the right, at least in the last, in, let's say, this decade, but perhaps going back further, all pretty much agree that the system feels like it's not working. I think one of the things that was a strength, I don't know the specific numbers behind this. I don't do, I can't speak to the actual kind of campaign numbers, but I can tell you that there's a ton of research about emotion and politics, and some of the things that make us most likely to pay attention to politics, which campaigns are going to keep track of. So what gets us to click on a link when they're asking for money, what gets us to watch a political ad all the way through rather than scroll to something else, is an appeal to emotions. So things like fear and things like anger are much more likely to get any candidate political traction, or any person who's not a candidate, someone who's a podcaster. You're going to get someone to listen to your thing if you're going to say, hey, here's what we're outraged about. Here's why you should be afraid for your children.
Maybe we should be more outraged, Andrea,
yeah, maybe.
in this conversation. That's why we have such bad audiences. Bad, good audiences, but not Joe Rogan style. You've done a lot of work on immigration, which is another huge issue, enormously divisive and controversial. You wrote something on the preamble, one of Substack's most popular publications, on 8 charts that explain the immigration debate. What did you find that surprises us? What data would surprise us on immigration? Do we agree or disagree more than we think?
Well, I will say that in general, it is in the category of, most Americans think there should be some kind of border control. Maybe getting into the specifics, you start to see some divergence. But in general, it's very rare that you're going to see. So most sides are mostly told caricatures of the other side. On the left, people are told everyone on the right wants to kick out all foreigners except for Norwegians. And on the left, people are told, or on the right, people are told that everyone on the left wants to let everybody in, even if they're criminals and they can bring their drugs and their guns and all of those things. And neither of those things are true. And we kind of know that, but you wouldn't know it from just literal readings of a lot of the partisan, social media and traditional media that we consume. And so, so most Americans, and we spend a lot more time arguing about how stupid the other side is than actually talking about, well, what would a solution look like? What would a fair system look like? And there are people having those conversations, but they tend not to make it to the top of our algorithms. But the other thing that when I was digging into it that was surprising to me, and maybe you know more about this than I do, but I was very surprised the number and the percentage of immigrants into the United States in the last few years, at least, and largely historically, who are illegal is quite a bit smaller than the numbers than I thought they would be going into this particular research project. So I don't have a history of studying immigration. It was something where, we wanted to get some numbers and kind of get our heads around what was going on. And I personally was surprised because we talk about it so much that it's actually a very, very, very small percentage of the overall immigrant population that is illegal. And then the other surprising thing to me as a non-legal expert is that it's not necessarily obvious what counts as illegal. There are many people in this country right now who came legally, but then overstayed a visa or are in a kind of gray zone of waiting for a visa. And so whether or not we categorize those folks as illegal has ramifications for what those numbers look like. And so the actual numbers are both smaller and kind of harder to define than I think a lot of the discourse points us to.
Yeah, I was looking at your charts and your numbers. It didn't surprise me because I've always got the sense that especially when it comes to immigration, Trump goes out of his way to appear cruel and to get pleasure out of punishing, revenging people who are in this country without the right.
Okay, I don't even think it's Trump trying to be cruel, per se. It is Trump trying to project his idea of what being manly is. He's got a really fucked up WASP view of what manly is. There's nothing he does that, I would never describe Trump as burly, as manly. But a lot of these guys like Stephen Miller, these guys have a weird idea of what manhood is. And to be honest, a lot of MAGA blacks, I run into them day in and day out. MAGA blacks have a weird idea of what, quote, as a man is. Most of them sound like children. So I trust statistics measuring, say, natural phenomena versus human behavior. Human behavior is just erratic. It is often situational. As many people as you get who will say they're right, you'll find as many who are left. I'm just saying that, tracking like natural, the statistics doing, tracking stuff like natural science. The weather is more predictable than human behavior, in my opinion. So that's where I'm going with it. And it's just my opinion.
Papers. And whereas previous Democratic presidents, in particular, Obama and Biden.
I actually subscribe to her Substack, Mackenzie. I'm very familiar with her.
Go out of their way to suggest that they're much more humane. But the reality when it comes to
no, I don't think I'm mischaracterizing.
Border policy is they're not actually.
And again, these are my opinions. I'm not saying they are, written in stone. but I don't think I'm mischaracterizing wasps. I've known enough wasps in my 61 years. I don't think I'm mischaracterizing.
That's different.
Mm-hmm.
I may be,
I believe
this thing.
It's very.
I may be stereotyping. Maybe I'm going a little hyperbolic with it, but mischaracterizing? Nah, I don't think so.
Performative. There were a lot of deportations under Obama. There were quite a few under Biden. A lot of the people, when you point to the numbers that the Trump administration
you're
does
missing
of
my point,
the
Conn.
increase in.
You're totally missing my point, Conn. My point is that any statistical data, polls, or anything like that, tracking human behavior, it is A, prone to error, and B, you could probably find another data set that will contradict the data set you're saying is authoritative. Human behavior is by nature kind of unpredictable. That's my point. Any data that's tracking human behavior can probably be refuted. Even polls. I mean, a lot of times it's how you ask a question or what question you ask. That's my point. Human behavior is unpredictable enough that any data set you say, Americans think this or Americans act this way, you can probably find something to contradict it.
Air quotes, illegal immigration under the Biden administration. A lot of that increase was due to legal programs in place to bring in folks
That's
from
my
Afghanistan
point,
and
Conn.
other kind of political refugees.
Okay,
that
again,
maybe-
we seem to be talking past each other. I don't care about the certainty when I say a data set could be contradicted. That basically means there is no certainty when you're tracking human behavior. I don't know why you're not understanding that. I think that if you are doing statistical data on natural phenomena, that I would trust more than data describing or predicting human behavior. That's my point. Tracking, the weather is going to be more predictable than tracking human behavior over time.
Since have stayed and then it becomes illegal, but they weren't illegal at the time. And so the numbers, exactly, the trends and the numbers really are more similar than they are different over these administrations when you compare them to the
I'm
type
not
of rhetoric
getting
that's
as
used. So I definitely would.
I'm not going to get as granular as you want to get. I'm just making a general statement. So yeah, if you want to get granular, sure.
Would say that you're right to separate kind of how we talk about this from what's actually happening on the ground. That said, it's not to say that there can't be harms from how we talk about these things.
Yeah, I'm certainly the last person to defend what ICE or Trump is doing. But what would a data scientist like yourself tell us about the culture of retribution and violence that Trump seems to boast about? What does that suggest to you as a data scientist? Is that beyond data? Your podcast is called Behind the Data, but it seems to be a long way behind the data. Can the data help us explain this, at least in my mind, rather bizarre phenomenon of enjoying revenge and violence and getting pleasure out of it and boasting about it?
I mean, one of my favorite areas of application of data to kind of social and political questions is at this. I like that you've identified this area because this area of, say, violent rhetoric, of a culture of revenge, of kind of hate and fear mongering, things like that, or othering of the other side, or othering of immigrants, all of that stuff. That kind of stuff doesn't seem like it would readily lend itself to data, but there's really interesting work, and it has been going on for a decade or two around kind of quantifying and understanding both trends in political violence. And so before we had things like AI and really advanced natural language processing that literally looked like, okay, what words are people on the left versus people on the right using to describe immigrants and refugees? And as those words change, can we say something about how these people are treated? If you call them illegals or aliens versus, asylum seekers or something like that. But now we have much more sophisticated tools. So it's less challenging now to map and understand trends in violent language. It is difficult, not impossible, but very difficult to say, well, what is the consequence of that? Is it the case that candidates using more violent language, or political leaders using more violent language, or even people on TV or in podcasts using more violent language, does that translate to violence or a tolerance of violence out there in the world? And kind of the obvious feeling is like, yeah, why wouldn't it? But then you think about other pieces of data around, do violent video games cause people to be more violent in real life? And starting to tease out causal relationship with observational data can be really, really challenging. Though in general, I think the tentative findings are that it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean,
when we talk about the other side.
And it seems to bring out everybody's worst qualities. Although I wonder, Trump has been a lifelong fan of the sport, if it is indeed a sport of wrestling, which is all fake violence and fake competition. So I wonder whether that fakery, now he's brought that wrestling culture to politics. And again, I'm not sure how the data can or can't help us if the world itself has become one big wrestling contest.
I mean, I think that's where I both have some hope for data, but I think there's a lot of responsibility for people like me and people who like you, who kind of care about understanding reality, which is we can have all the data that we want in the world that says we actually don't disagree, we just dislike each other, we actually don't hate people, we actually just think this. But if we're not able to communicate that to folks, or if people aren't interested in the truth or what's closest to the truth that we think we can learn from the data that we have, and that kind of caveating doesn't help with the messaging at all, but I think it's important. I think it doesn't matter how much data we have if people don't want to hear it. One of the things that I believe is a departure from kind of politics as we've done them in the United States for several decades is the extent to which not just that Trump is turning things into like a wrestling match in politics, but there's a very specific quickness, and this is new enough that we don't have robust data on this, but there's a very quick a tendency in him to blame the other side anytime anything goes wrong. And I think if you did a content analysis or kind of like a natural language processing sort of piece of work on presidential rhetoric, you would see that the blame game of political enemies is something that even we didn't see in Trump 1.0, that in Trump 2.0 is really taken off. And I would say that that's going to make this whole we hate the other side even worse than it already is.
Andrea, you've done a lot of work also comparing America with the rest of the world in data terms. You've looked at its healthcare system. Most people assume that the American healthcare system is more dysfunctional, more expensive, more wasteful than anywhere else in the world. Is that confirmed with the data? What's your research? What's your data analysis on the American healthcare system and how broken it actually is and what people actually think of it?
Well, so I will say that make no mistake, there are a lot of problems with the American healthcare system. I spent a bit of time digging specifically into the price of prescription drugs in the United States. So I'm not speaking to the broader sort of insurance being tied to your employer and all of that, which is its own mess. But it is the case, and this is something that actually has a lot of bipartisan traction, where on balance, if you just look at the overall averages, it is the case that Americans pay about 3 times as much on average for prescription drugs compared to other people in developed economies or in developed democracies. So, OECD countries, UK, EU, Canada, Australia, all the countries you're thinking of. But if you actually dig down even just one level lower, and this graph that you have here shows this exactly, is that actually it's the 3 times is an average, but the underlying distribution is very unbalanced. So we actually pay less for generic medications than, say, our peers in Canada and UK and so on. We pay much less for generics, and generics make up something like 90% of our prescriptions. So for most drugs, when I just go to the store and fork over money for a drug, I'm actually paying less than OECD countries. The difference, however, is for a very small percentage of brand name original drugs. Many of them are biologics, so they're made out of stem cells, mRNA, things like that. Not all of them. It's the branded drugs that cost 10 times more, way more. And so the reason we end up on this 3x number is because we have a few drugs that cost a ton and a lot of drugs that actually cost way less. And so I think it's important to
Natasha, well, he runs as a Republican, therefore he is a Republican. But you have to understand, I think part of the confusion sometimes will come in associating conservative with Republican. It's one of these things that, how does it go? It'll be like not all Republicans are conservative. Some are not. Some are not conservative. Trump is a Republican, but he is it's hard to classify him. He's not a populist. I think he's an oligarch. I think there are things in his policies that are conservative, but there are things that are not. Actual conservatives tend to want to be originalists, and there's a problem with originalism, but, they will at least give lip service to actually following the Constitution and rule of law. Trump doesn't feel obligated. If he thinks a rule can be bent or broken or, just say, hey, above the law, that sort of style of presidential leadership is not conservative. I would say he's an oligarch running as a conservative. He's not a populist. He is an oligarch, and he'll hand out some no tax on tips, peanuts, to keep his base happy. But he's by no means a populist.
Clarify this, and I do think too that as a data scientist, you often end up being the person at the dinner party who's like, well, actually, but getting that kind of clarity helps us think about what the problem is. The problem is not most drugs are more expensive. The problem from the United States perspective is that some drugs are astronomically more expensive. And then you can ask yourself questions like, well, why is that? Should that be the case? How might we change that? And that starts to send us down a rabbit hole of like, well, a lot of drug innovations happen in the United States, but we also have a lot of patent misuse, and we also have these kind of weird third parties that a lot of other countries don't have. Other governments do negotiating on behalf of the people. So you end up pulling out all these different players, specifically just within pharmaceutical drugs. But then you can kind of get into some answers. So, okay, we think that branded drugs, it's okay that they're a little more expensive because someone took on a risk to develop them and it was difficult and it's for a disease that we couldn't cure and now we can, and that's amazing. And so they're a little more expensive. We might be okay with all of that. And then if we are, then it needs to be okay that they're a little bit more expensive in the United States until we say, well, what about the patent situation? Why are we not seeing these patents expire? Are these companies maliciously taking advantage of what's called patent thickets, where you kind of have, 25 patents for a single innovation as opposed to just one patent? And so it sends you down this rabbit hole of kind of deeper questions, specifically about a very narrow class of drugs, which then brings up very broad ethical questions, which is if I'm someone with a super rare disease and someone comes out with a drug that costs $1 million a pill, that's both really, really bad because a lot of people can't get it, but it's also potentially truly life-saving for the people who can. So you end up in this sort of broad ethical situation as well. So I don't have a good answer for this, but I think it was revealing, or at least I hope it was useful for people to see that it's not just that your average prescription pill, antibiotics is 3 times that it is everywhere else, even though that's the main talking point.
So, Andrea, we've dealt with divisions, healthcare, immigration. What other interesting data points do we have about 2025 as we move towards the end of the year? I know you've done some interesting research on religion. about how America is different from the rest of the world on that front too.
Yeah, so we are kind of in a strange middle ground when it comes to religion in the United States. And some of it depends on how you define religion. So and maybe I'll just ask you, do you consider yourself a religious person?
Definitely not.
No, me neither. If you ask most people in the United States, or about 50% of Americans would have an answer roughly like yours, which is like, no. Some of those people in the definitely not category are still vaguely, say, Christian or vaguely part of some other tradition. Some of us are atheists, some of us are agnostic, but there's still a decent chunk of Americans. And again, depending on how you measure it, it's about half of Americans, a little more, a little less, depending on the strictness or the intensity of the threshold for religious. But about half of Americans are religious in some form or another. And this formal religion, as opposed to spiritual or something like that. This is much more than most people in other developed democracies. So again, the kind of Europe, Canada, Australia, Japan, Americans are much more religious compared to let's say our peer countries politically and economically than the rest of the world. We are far less religious than the vast majority of, say, the global South, a lot of Asia, a lot of Africa. And so we occupy this strange middle ground. And so I was curious, why don't we look more like the other countries, our neighbor Canada, and why aren't we as religious as a bunch of other countries? Why are we sort of religious? And the answer, as far as I was able to find, and there's been a lot, decades of research on this, but the answer is this kind of interesting story. The one that I found most compelling is this interesting story about how the United States began, which was we initially started as a country that very much deliberately separated church and state. And that meant that the churches were free to operate kind of like businesses where they could recruit. There's a nice language where it's a marketplace for souls. So churches in the United States were very capitalistic in this way, where they went around and said, okay, how can I appeal to the most people? How can I recruit people to my church? Whereas in other countries, for example, in Europe, where a lot of the people from the United States came from, the church was kind of just in the center of town and it was part of a way of life. So they didn't have to adapt or be appealing in any sort of market themselves. So churches kind of hit the ground running in the United States as this sort of, let me appeal to the most people and outcompete other churches. And part of this meant that if I was in a church in the United States and I didn't like it, in other countries where there was just sort of one Catholic church, my choice was either stay or leave the church altogether. Whereas in the United States, if I'm in one particular church or one particular faith, I say, I don't love this. I can just go across the street to a different church. Churches are like Starbucks in the United States in that way. And then the third piece of the puzzle is that the United States was specifically settled by people seeking a place where they could practice their religion freely. I think we often conflate the fact that we began with the separation of church and state as saying, okay, that's because church isn't important. The separation of church and state was because church was very important. So out of the gates, we just set ourselves up for a country where church would actually play a much more active role in our lives, as opposed to places where the church is sort of ceremoniously more central, but doesn't actually kind of get involved in our lives in that way. And if you think about it, even today, the church for a lot of people is a source of great community. It's a source of friends. It's a social network. It's a place where you do economic networking. And so the church is really a center of community in the United States in a way that it really didn't end up being in a lot of other
this
countries.
idea of the marketplace of souls has actually quite literally come true. I want to get briefly to your predictions, your data-driven predictions, Andrea, for 2026. But before we get there, can data scientists tell us anything about relative misery? A lot of people, when they're asked about 2025, will reply that this was the year of misery, of anxiety, where no one seems to be happy anymore. What does the data science tell us about that in 2025?
I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record because a lot of these questions, the answer is something like, well, it depends on what you mean by misery and what you mean by happiness. And a very unpopular view, which I think is relevant to why we all feel so miserable, a very unpopular view among a lot of the quantitative research on happiness is that things are great. If you think about things like health outcomes, longevity, conflict, the percentage of the world, not just the United States, the percentage of the world that is living under relative stability, is relatively well off, has enough to eat, has enough shelter, would suggest that we don't have anything to complain about. just saying that is going to get me canceled in a lot of circles, because you can immediately spring to mind all of these terrible injustices. Of course there's conflict, of course there's famine, of course there's disease, of course there's violence. And so if you say misery in terms of how I personally feel in my life, or how I feel the world is going, or is the world headed in a way that is good, if you kind of move away from the more, I don't even want to say material, but sort of the more tangible measures of how well off someone is, and move to the more internal experiences, we are more miserable. There is more anxiety. There is more misery. It varies, by age and cohort and all kinds of things. But in general, we are more stressed out. Why? That remains to be seen. I mean, this goes back to the idea that a lot of these research projects take a long time to sort of sift through. Anyone can pick their story. Well, it's political discourse is awful. Well, it's economic mobility has plummeted. Well, it's the cost of living. You can tell lots of compelling stories. And going back to your original question, you can certainly pick data to support those stories. But I think really teasing out the multiple causal reasons behind, say, kind of a heightened emotional unwellness in the United States, I would consider that an open question.
Well, let's move to 2026, which is indeed literally an open question.
Yes.
You boast that you believe in curiosity, imagination, and creativity. For you, those are the engines of the future.
Yes.
2026 still lies in the future. What would you like to happen, Andrea? I mean, I'm not going to ask you as a data scientist to predict the future, because you will no doubt say that you're no better at predicting it than anyone else, anyone who does or doesn't have the data. But what would you like to happen in 2026? If we're talking again this time next year, what would you like to report in terms of shifts in the data?
I appreciate the question, and I particularly appreciate not having to pretend to be a fortune teller. It's going to be an exciting year for Libras, I think is the headline. I'm going to kind of be on brand here and say that I hope that if we speak again this time next year, we can look back and say, gosh, we approached a lot of our biggest problems in the world, in the country, social problems, political problems, physical problems. We approached it with more curiosity and more empathy than we did previously. And it's very easy and rich for me to just sort of sit here, in a room, not in a conflict zone, not being actively attacked, knock on wood, and say those things. But I really think that there's a lot of space for Americans to resolve our differences, not all of our differences, but many of our differences, if we just pause and say, I wonder why the other side has the beliefs that they do, as opposed to jumping to the conclusion of, oh, they have those beliefs because they are racist, because they don't care about America, because they are mentally ill, or whatever, causal leap we want to take that's convenient for our point of view. I hope that we can come back in a year and say, we actually took a minute to approach these horrible, difficult, thorny problems with curiosity. And we said things like, I wonder why people believe this. I wonder why we can't seem to actually have a conversation. What could it take to get us to sit down and talk about an immigration policy that most of us feel is ethically responsible? That's lofty, but I will offer that as the hope. I also hope we can approach AI with that kind of curiosity as well. I think that's a really big risk to everything in the critical thinking curiosity land.
Well, I hope AI approaches us in that way too.
Agreed.
I don't think anyone would disagree with you, Andrea. The question is how.
Yeah.
You're also, in your history, you've been a circus performer. You're a stand-up comic too.
Yes.
Do we need to do crazy things to achieve crazy results? You know that if we improve our life, maybe we can save the world too. None of us individually can save the world, but I'm not suggesting everyone should become a circus performer or even a comedian. But do we need to think radically, so to speak, in terms of what we do and how we think of ourselves?
I mean, I think that a lot of the fuel for curiosity and for wondering about how someone came to a different set of beliefs or preferences or behaviors from me, I think to get into that mindset, it can be helpful to do things outside of our comfort zone. And that certainly doesn't have to be stand-up or circus or whatever. But I think that getting out of our own regular routine, the way that I always go to work, the people that I talk to or don't talk to, and then I come home and then I read the internet and then I feel bad. I think that there's something very beautiful and powerful about doing something new, particularly something that you are bad at, and just saying like, yeah, I'm not great at this and it's not the end of the world. I think we're so afraid to be wrong and to seem silly or dumb that spills over into our mindset about the world as well. I have to be right and they have to be wrong, and I have to be good and they have to be bad. Whereas I think a simple way to sort of get out of our same, kind of echo chambers in our brain is to physically put ourselves in a room. And I'm not saying, go bowling with your greatest enemy, but I am saying, what if you spent an evening going to the roller skating rink as opposed to doom scrolling? I'm not a psychologist. This isn't therapy advice, but I have found in my own life that one of the best ways to sort of get myself out of a mindset rut or get myself out of a position of sitting and being like, why are all these other people doing these terrible things, is to just go and do something new, whatever that is. And you sort of just get to, by accident, interact with people who are a different age from you, have different views from you, have different problems in life. And I really think we cannot overstate the importance of that kind of small thing.
Wise words from Andrea. Maybe we should have a show entitled Bowling with Bin Laden.
There we go.
Fascinating conversation. Andrea Jones-Roy, we'll have to meet again this time next year. You're a data scientist, but a very human one. Happy New Year, healthy New Year, wise New Year. Thank you very much.
Same to you, and happy everything.
All right. Well, that might conclude today's festivities. I don't know. Let's have a look at this. Well, you know what? Let's not. I was going to say, who's up for a tuna sandwich? I'm looking at a tuna sandwich recipe. But tomorrow's show will be another Black Historian Day. And we're going to be looking at videos and talk about the Black middle class, the part of the Black community that does not get talked about a lot, at least in these YouTube streets. Seems like everybody thinks that all Black people have to come from the hood, and consequently, like salmon, even if you go out to sea, you got to swim back up river to your home hood like a fucking salmon. And I just find that kind of a weird point of view. So oh, did you? Yeah, there's I have never watched this guy. So I don't want to necessarily do a copyright thing. So maybe what I'll do is just drop the link. But the famous tuna sandwich from the Basque Country, it's Bocadillo de Bonito. Basically, it looks like just this picture here is a tuna sandwich with anchovies, which actually sounds pretty good to me. I like anchovies, like on pizza and stuff like that. So here is that link if people want to watch it. I need to review it just to make sure, there are no copyright issues. Oddly enough, sometimes cooking channels do have copyright restrictions. So I will wrap it up tonight. Nobody that I have noticed is live. Usually T will go live on Friday nights. So stay tuned for that. And Roz goes live on Friday nights. So y'all stay tuned for that. And I'll see everyone around 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. This is interesting. All right, y'all. Have a good night. I don't know that I like pickles. I actually like cucumbers, black olives, that sort of thing on tuna sandwiches. I think cucumbers are really good on sandwiches in general. So, see y'all.